Okay, we'll accept that we're being recorded, I think.
And yes, Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, your Commission Assistant. The Zoom recording has begun.
Wonderful, thank you. Welcome everybody to our first hybrid attempt at an EQC meeting, and we're really glad that everybody's able to join us. As we begin, I'm trying to get my internet connection, but it's not that difficult. I think it's worth it to quiz ourselves. As folks know, my habit is to start every commission meeting pausing to remember why it is we get together and do this every once in a while. And it's because the mission of DEQ is to be a leader in protecting the air, land, and water quality. Is that close enough? Does anybody have any additions to the mission? And so that's what we're going to work at here for the next couple of days. And we're really glad that you're joining us as we work towards that mission. We do know that Commissioner Addington is going to be joining us just shortly, but he's encouraged us to get underway. Steph, the recording notice is still in the center of the screen for us. I'm just wondering if that is the case for all the other participants. And we'll want to take care of that.
Chair George, if you are you able to click on the guided TV?
Oh, that's for me. All right.
There you go.
Thank you very much. And so just to ask the question, everybody obviously can see we're getting used to this. So if I were to use mute, that would mute everyone in this room. Okay. All right, so everybody just know that right now. I have the mouse. All right, wonderful. Okay, so commissioners, we've all been provided with the agenda in advance. Commissioners and director, do we see any need to amend the agenda at this time?
No, Chair George.
Okay, great. And we will also show that barring Commissioner Addington, who I've just mentioned, all other city commissioners are present at this time. But I think we're ready to begin with our.
I'm here, Chair George. This is Commissioner Addington. I'm here.
You're here. Welcome, Greg. We're glad to have you on.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll get underway with the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program rules. Welcome, Ali and Rachel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair George, commissioners. It's great to be able to see some of you in person. It's a hybrid model we're experimenting with. It's wonderful. So I've missed being in the same room with you all, so it's good to be here. And for the record, I'm Ali Msrp, a Quality Division Administrator here, and I'm here today with Rachel Sakata to introduce the proposed rule revisions to the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program. One thing I'm excited about these proposed revisions is it supports additional access to the charge-ahead rebate program. That's the rebate offered to low and moderate income households. You see demand for electric vehicles continue to grow, particularly given the concerns about air pollution and greenhouse gas and rising gasoline prices. These rule revisions help ensure all of Oregon residents, particularly communities most burdened by impacts of transportation emissions, can purchase or lease an electric vehicle. The OCVRP, as we refer to it, is just one element of a larger effort DEQ is undertaking with respect to transportation emissions. Next meeting, we plan to provide background on an upcoming rulemaking, Advanced Clean Car 2 rules, which will require an increased percentage of zero-emission passenger cars to be sold in the state, with ultimate goal of the all new vehicle sales to be zero-emission vehicles by 2035. We are also working with our partner agencies to ensure there is adequate infrastructure to support all the electric vehicles entering the market. We are taking the $15 million in dedicated funding from the legislature to establish a pilot program for medium and heavy duty charging. Then there is the Clean Fuels Program, in which fuel suppliers, such as electric utilities, can earn credits that can be monetized to support further vehicle purchases or infrastructure development. You'll hear more update about proposed changes to the Clean Fuels Program after our presentation. All of this is to say DEQ is moving towards zero-emission vehicle future, with incentives such as rebate being an integral part of this transition. I'll now turn it over to Rachel to walk us through the
So, good afternoon, and for the record, my name is Rachel Sakata. I'm the Senior Air Quality Planner and Program Manager for the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program. So we're here today to propose permanent rules to finalize the temporary rules that you adopted back in November of 2021. And these temporary rules were a result of 2021 legislative changes to the program. So Stephanie, if you can go to the next slide, please. Great. So as Ali alluded to in his remarks, Oregon is moving towards a zero emission vehicle future. And so a few years ago, the governor issued Executive Order 20-04, which set a goal of 250,000 registered electric vehicles by 2025. Now currently, we have about 50,000 registered electric vehicles in the state. However, there still are a few barriers to electric vehicle adoption. And so these include vehicle availability. So one of the things is that we want to ensure that there are enough electric vehicle choices and availability for consumers. And one way we can address this is, as Ali mentioned, through a future proposed rule that we will be bringing to you later this year called the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. This will require manufacturers to produce and deliver increasing percentages of electric vehicles with a 100% electric vehicle requirement for new car sales by the 2035 model year. Another thing is infrastructure. And so charging access is really key to ensuring that electric vehicle owners can get to their destination. And while most charging does occur at home, there is still the issue of charging access for those who might live in multi-unit dwellings or may not have access to home charging. And so our partner agency, ODOT, has developed a plan called the Transportation Electrification Infrastructure Needs Analysis to determine where there are charging needs. Additionally, they have over $100 million in part from federal infrastructure funding to support and build up the charging network along transportation corridors and in rural and underserved areas of the state. Then there's education and outreach. Informing people about electric vehicles, their benefits and how they can access incentives and charging is key to increasing electric vehicle adoption. DEQ is launching a number of education and outreach programs to address this gap, with a particular focus on low and moderate income households. And then there's vehicle cost. Electric vehicles are still more expensive than their gasoline counterparts. And while decreased battery costs and economies of scale are expected to create price parity over the next few years, the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program, with the proposed rules before you today, will help defray those costs through rebates. And our rebate, coupled with the federal tax credit that's out there of up to $7,500, can really bring the purchase price of an electric vehicle to be comparable to gasoline vehicles. And so with that, I'd like to discuss the revisions to the Oregon Clean Vehicle Rebate Program, and this will help address the issue of vehicle costs and making vehicle adoption more achievable. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. So for background, the program was created in 2017 by the Oregon legislature, and it basically directed DEQ to create and implement an electric vehicle rebate program. Now, the commission took action in May of 2018 by adopting rules to implement the program. And then by December of 2018, we were actually able to start issuing rebates to applicants. Now, funding for the EV rebate program is generated via tax imposed on car dealers for the privilege of selling a motor vehicle, and we currently receive $12 million a year for the program. And then, as Ali also mentioned, we also received an additional one-time allocation this past year of $15 million. And this is due in part to really acknowledging the large success of the program and the fact that funding is going to be oversubscribed this year. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So since the initial legislation in 2017, there have been subsequent legislative changes to the program. And each time, EPC has adopted the rule amendments incorporating these updates. And so more recently, the 2021 legislative session passed House Bill 2165, which required further changes to the program, specifically to the charge ahead rebate, which is focused on the low and moderate income households. We brought temporary rules before you in November, to ensure that the rules could be implemented by the effective date of January 1st of this year. And so now we're bringing these proposed rules to you to make these changes permanent. So if you go to the next slide, please. Now, just to orient you a little bit about the types of rebates that we have, there are two components to Oregon's electric vehicle rebate program. We have what are called standard rebates, and then we have another one called charge ahead rebates. So under the standard rebate program, these are rebates offered to any Oregonian for the purchase or lease of a new electric vehicle. And that would be a full battery electric vehicle, a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, or an electric motorcycle. So you basically, as I call it, you have to plug it in for you to be able to get a rebate. Now the rebate amount is tiered depending on battery capacity of the vehicle. And there are a few other conditions to get the rebate, one of which is that the base manufacturer suggested retail price has to be below $50,000. You must retain the registration of the vehicle for 2 years. And also, vehicles must be purchased from a licensed auto dealer. So no person-to-person sales are allowed. And then if we go to the next slide, please. And then we have the second rebate, which is basically an income-based incentive called the charge ahead rebate. And so this is a $5,000 rebate, it's a flat $5,000 rebate, which is available to low and moderate income households who purchase or lease a new or used electric vehicle. I want to emphasize the used component because that's not available under the standard rebate. And so for new vehicles, the charge ahead rebate can be combined with that standard rebate that I talked about earlier, meaning that income qualified households can receive up to $7,500 off an electric vehicle. So you got that $5,000 charge ahead rebate and then up to $2,500 for that standard rebate. Otherwise, if they're purchasing a used electric vehicle, they can receive that flat $5,000 amount. So for an example, if you have like a used Nissan Leaf out there, I think they're going for roughly $16,000. That total cost to them would end up being $11,000 after you have that charge ahead rebate applied. So it makes EV purchasing more achievable. The same conditions apply for the charge ahead rebates, which basically include that the original manufacturer suggested retail price must be below $50,000. The purchaser must register the car in Oregon and retain that registration for 2 years. And also, they must be purchased from a licensed auto dealer, so no person-to-person sales are allowed. And so, one question might be why only auto dealers? One of the concerns is that we want to mitigate the potential for fraud. And also, we have a dealer participation program, which allows the rebate to be applied at the time of purchase, thus lowering the overall upfront costs and potentially creating more monthly payments. Right now, that is only available for the standard rebate, but I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're hoping to incorporate that also for the charge ahead rebate. So if you want to go to the next slide really quick. I love talking about this part because this just shows sort of the success of the program. So as of May 11th, we've awarded over 20,000 rebates, and that in almost $49 million have been given out over the lifetime of the program since it started in 2018. Also want to note that about 12% of those total rebates were for charge ahead. So that's really going on household rebates. So now with that background established, I'd like to go ahead and walk you through the proposed rules. All right, so under the proposed rules before you, we are recommending to make permanent the $5,000 rebate amount for charge ahead. And that $5,000 rebate amount, which is the maximum amount allowed under the statute, was enacted via a temporary rule adopted by the Commission to implement this 2021 legislative change by that effective date of January of this year. And so we feel that this maximum amount ensures access to the low and moderate income households. We're also proposing to make permanent provision that ensures at least 20% of funding is dedicated to the charge ahead rebates. So up until January 2022, only at least 10% of funding had to be set aside, and this latest legislative change increased it to 20% beginning in January of this year. And so I want to emphasize that this is a floor and not a ceiling. And so, you'll note from the previous slide that we had about 12% of funding that went to charge ahead. And we think that, for the next few years, we think that 20% is achievable, given that we're offering the maximum amount for the charge ahead rebates. And then we have other tools that I sort of alluded to help us achieve this 20% goal, which is the anticipated launch of a pre-qualification program, which would allow charge ahead applicants to get income verified prior to purchase. And then they would be able to receive a voucher that they could then take to participating dealers and then get that rebate applied at the time of sale. Because part of the concern is that dealers don't necessarily know if they need the income requirements. With this pre-qualification program, they'll already have that happen. And so they can have the assurance of having to rebate applied. So I'll stop there. It looks like there's a question.
Vice Chair Brasso.
Thank you, Chair George. Rachel, I was just going to say there's in some of those instances, when I think when you're talking, it becomes less clear. When you get more in that dialogue tone, it's getting a little less clear. So I'm just going to encourage you to, for those of us remote, to enunciate a little bit better.
Okay, so you're having a hard time hearing me?
Yes, I would say at the end, at the tail end of each sentence or so.
Sure, will do.
Well, and while we're paused, Vice Chair Brasso, I really appreciate you just kind of speaking up. Again, we're adapting to this new hybrid model, but I'm not staring at the screen like I was before. And so this may be necessary for you and Commissioner Addington so please feel free
Maybe I'll focus this way
to
instead.
speak up and let us know. Yeah.
All right, so let me try this and see if that helps. How's that? All right. And so I was saying, there are a couple of things that we're looking at to ensure that we hit that 20% participation. That 20% allocation for charge ahead. And another thing too is that we're planning on launching education and targeted education outreach to charge ahead households and BIPOC communities to increase participation. And that is going to be occurring this year. And so once we see how the program responds to these changes, then we can look at further adjusting other program parameters, such as increasing the dedicated funding set aside to maybe even more, and or potentially looking at reducing the amount of standard rebates to maximize the existing funding that we do have.
Morning in progress.
No worries. All right, so if we want to go ahead to the next slide, please. All right, so another change that we're making is permanent, is simplifying the income thresholds for qualifying charge ahead rebate recipients. And so the legislature set a threshold of households needing to be under 400% of the federal poverty guidelines. Now, before, household income was determined based on where you lived in Oregon and being at least 120% under the median area income for the area. And now, under these proposed rules, it provides one standard calculator to measure all rebate applicants across the state, which basically simplifies how applicant income is analyzed. And really, this helps prioritize funding for lower income residents in urban areas and also for rural Oregon residents. And so these are two communities that the program strives to engage further to encourage a higher adoption of electric vehicles. The rules also allow low-income service providers to apply for the charge ahead rebate. So under the current provisions of the program, only low and moderate income individuals are allowed to apply. And so we are defining low-income service provider to mean an organization that provides health, dental, social, financial, energy conservation, or other assistive services to low and moderate income households in Oregon. And this definition is also aligned with the statute definition. We're also stipulating that providers must be registered as a 501c3 organization based in Oregon or have an Oregon-based affiliate at the time the eligible vehicle is purchased or leased. And this ensures that cars will be utilized for Oregonians. Okay, go to the next slide. And so with this proposed rule, we're also proposing to clarify how we interpret base manufacturer's suggested retail price. Right now, as long as the base model has an MSRP cap of under $50,000, any versions of the model can qualify. So this means that some of the add-on features, such as an extended range battery, something with a fancier trim, heated seats, or other enhanced features can really put the final purchase price above $50,000. We've allowed them to qualify as long as the base model of that line is below 50,000. However, the rules now clarify that the base model vehicle must be available for sale and purchase, and if it is not, then the entire model line cannot qualify. And so it helps provide more clarity for when people are trying to figure out if a new vehicle qualifies for the program. Okay, if we go to the next slide, please. And so another proposed rule change is that we've included language to clarify implementation aspects of the program. We feel it's imperative to ensure that we preserve that 20% set aside for the charge ahead program, while also trying to avoid running out of program funds too quickly. In the past year and a half, we've seen sales of EVs skyrocket, and they continue to be on a record pace. Therefore, we've established a rule if available funding is less than $6 million and the charge ahead threshold has not been met, then DEQ is proposing to initiate a temporary rule to adjust the standard rebate amounts. And so doing so will ensure availability of funds for charge ahead while minimizing the potential for suspension of the program if funds are oversubscribed. Now, if in case funds are oversubscribed, which may be the case by the end of 2023, just given the success of the program as it continues to go, then we've also proposed to suspend acceptance of rebate applications until funding is replenished for the next year. So what that means is that anyone who purchases a car during the suspension period will not be able to receive a rebate at all. And we felt that this was more transparent for everyone, because if we instituted a wait list, applicants could be waiting maybe at least 6 months to a year or even longer before they even receive their rebate. It would also create a huge backlog, and we run out of funds even faster because we'd be using all the available funding to sort of address the backlog applications, and there would be more funding moving forward. Stop there. All right, so on to the next slide, please. All right, another change to the rules was through a legislative change to the program, which involves raising the Msrp cap for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Fuel cell vehicles are typically more expensive than their battery electric vehicles, so this basically increases vehicle choices for our program. I will note, though, there are no hydrogen fuel cell stations in Oregon right now, but as I said, this program will continue on because the legislature also lifted the sunset date for the program, which was January 1st of 2024. And so those rules reflect that change. So now we have a new rebate program in perpetuity. So basically, this summarizes the proposed rule changes. And next, I'll walk you through our public engagement process and the key issues that were raised. We go to the next slide. All right, so DEQ convened an advisory committee to discuss many of the changes before you. And the committee delved into the issues of how best to preserve funding for rebates while maximizing and increasing participation in charge ahead, in the charge ahead rebate program for low and moderate income households. They recommended offering the maximum rebate amount of $5,000 for charge ahead. We also had a public comment period in February of this year with 2 public hearings, and overall received 41 public comments. Okay, if we go to the next slide, please. So what were some of the key issues raised during public comment? One of which was about the standard rebate amount and whether to lower the rebate amount or to keep it the same. So when DEQ proposed the rules, we had recommended lowering the rebate amount due to our own forecasting that we'd be oversubscribed by August of this year. However, during the 2022 legislative session, we did receive that additional one-time allocation of $15 million, ensuring that we would have funding through at least to 2023. So with this in mind, and also we heard from the public and other stakeholders to not change the standard rebate amount. So in this proposal before you, we are recommending to keep the standard rebates at its current levels of, right now, $1,500 or $2,500, depending on the battery capacity of the vehicle. All right, I'll go to the next slide, please. Another issue that we heard was ensuring that potential low and moderate income households have accessibility to rebates. And they supported the idea of the pre-qualification program that I mentioned earlier, and also ensuring that households are informed about EVs and our rebate program. So we are looking to set up that pre-qualification program later on this summer. As I mentioned, we only offer rebates at the point of sale for standard rebates. And we do have a network of dealers across that state that offer the rebate as cash on the hood. We would like to expand that to ensure that we can include charge ahead rebates to be offered at the time of sale or purchase. And so basically we're working with the Department of Revenue to assist us in verifying income levels based on an individual's state tax return. And then the applicant would then receive a voucher from us that they meet the income requirements of the charge ahead program, which they could then take to any participating dealer and receive their rebate at the time of purchase or lease. So again, that could mean up to $7,500 knocked off the initial purchase price of a car purchased new. We've also just selected a vendor to conduct education and outreach to charge ahead communities. And this effort will focus on low and moderate income households and BIPOC communities to encourage participation in the rebate program. I'm really excited about that component of that. We're going to be launching that this year. And so overall,
Rachel, could you spend just a minute or two talking about what types of outreach are envisioned to really get the word out to this community?
sure, Chair George, great question. So one of the things that we did sort of a landscape analysis actually to see how we can increase participation in the charge ahead with the charge ahead rebate. And one of the things that we hope to do is to work very closely with community-based organizations to sort of help spread the message, because one thing we heard is that hearing from trusted members of the community really has an impact. And also, people are going to trust more within their own community. So with this effort, we are hoping to work very closely with community-based organizations across the state to help conduct this education and outreach. And so we'll be sort of training them to do it, training and compensating them to do this work. We also plan on doing a number of public events, depending on how things go with COVID. We want to make sure that we retain that flexibility and that people feel safe doing so. And then also identifying maybe some sort of community ambassadors who can also help spread the word. So for example, if there are local community members who can talk about how they drive an EV, what the value it is to them, I think is a message that resonates much more clearly. We also want to be sure that we work very closely with other organizations to disseminate this information in many different languages. Specifically, we're looking at making our materials available in Spanish, Chinese, and Russian as well, since those are some of the things that are highly quality in the state. And so these are some of the things that we're looking at as we work with the selected vendor to do this education outreach and work.
Yes, Commissioner Special.
Thank you. Do you anticipate that these community partner organizations will be helping provide technical assistance on how to apply for the pre-qualification or how to get pre-qualification?
So Chair George, Commissioner Schlissler, that is something that we could incorporate, because I think one of the challenges is, trying to reduce barriers to help people apply for this rebate. So we definitely would like to ensure that it's clear about how people can pre-qualify. We are trying to ensure that this pre-qualification process is as simple as possible for folks. But we want to make sure that the CBOs who are doing this are able to explain it. We also recognize the need to make this available via like cell phones, because not everyone may have a computer at home to access this information, things like that. So these are many things that we're looking at to sort of break down as many barriers as possible for folks to access the rebate. So let's see here. So overall, I guess I'd like to say that we feel that these rule revisions will help encourage adoption of electric vehicles, particularly for the low and moderate income households, and accelerate the state's transition to clean energy and the reduction of greenhouse gases. So if we go to the next slide, please. So in conclusion, DEQ recommends that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules in pages 35 through 47 of the staff report as part of the Chapter 340, Division 270 of the Oregon Administrative Rules. And so I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Any questions or comments? Rachel, could you, I see, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask my question, then we'll let Vice Chair ask his. Could you speak for just a minute? You mentioned in your introduction the importance of continuing to expand charging stations, especially in rural areas where they may not be as common now. And that, you know, just like these rebates are an integral part of really converting this aspect of our economy, folks are going to have those charging stations for this to work. So I know it's a larger conversation, but maybe could you just comment a little bit about, you know, the plans for that side of the equation, so that it then becomes so much more functional for folks in areas where there has been such a dense collection of charging stations.
Sure. So Chair George, as I mentioned, ODOT, you know, we're working very closely with our partner agency, ODOT, to ensure that there is charging access throughout the state. They are specifically looking at, one thing that they're specifically looking at is how to increase charging access in rural areas of Oregon. One of the things is they are nominating sort of what they call alternative transportation corridors. So access along I-84, I think Highway 97, and I apologize if I get some of these wrong, to ensure that there's charging access at least every 50 miles along the way. So I think that will be one way to help reduce some of those barriers. But we recognize that we want to ensure that people feel like they can get to where they need to across the state without running out of battery charge.
Thank you.
If I could, Chair George, Commissioners, for the record, Richard Whitman, DEQ Director. I had the opportunity to go speak with the Oregon Transportation Commission about our joint work on electric vehicles last week at the Oregon Transportation Commission meeting. And it was a great conversation, and ODOT is really making great strides on the infrastructure side of things. So as Rachel mentioned, $100 million in federal funding for electric vehicle charging along these corridors. And these corridors are not just the interstate system. ODOT is in the middle right now of designating a total of 7. It'll increase to 7 corridors statewide for ample EV charging infrastructure. So really throughout the state. I also want to say I was just looking at the Oregon Department of Energy dashboard on EV registrations in the state, and in the top 10 of Oregon counties for percentage of, well, EV registrations relative to population. It's really notable that a number of fairly rural counties show up in that figure. So in particular, Hood River County, Deschutes County, Jackson County, Benton County, Lincoln County are all counties that have pretty substantial levels of registrations of electric vehicles. So we're seeing early adoption. Not only people think about the Portland metro area and think about Eugene and, you know, the Willamette Valley for this, but we are seeing relative to population pretty significant EV registration in other places around the state. And obviously, it is going to be harder in rural areas, but ODOT and DEQ are very aware of that and designing our programs to really account for that and help bring the opportunity, because of course, we're not forcing people to buy electric vehicles, but bring the opportunity to rural parts of the state as well as urban areas.
That's very exciting. Vice Chair Barroso.
Can you all hear me? Okay. I just wanted to acknowledge that just the level of work that's gone into this and, just the nuance and information and learning that folks have taken this. It's great to see from when, we approved this at the start. And I know that it's many tweaks that have continued to happen, but the fact that the legislature continues to support this and continues to make these improvements, so just kudos to the staff. I know it took a bit to get this going, and to see where this is at now, I'm excited to continue to see it grow. That's all I want to share. I just appreciate the work here.
Thank you. Commissioner Addington.
Thank you. A couple things. Rachel, could you just tell me again about if the funding's less than 6 million, it decreases the standard rebate. That's a temporary rule?
So Chair George, Commissioner Addington, yes, in the proposed rules, we do have a provision that says that if the funding, anticipated funding will drop below 6 million, so that's also taking into account any funding that we might be anticipating for the following year, and we've not reached our charge ahead threshold, then we would initiate a temporary rulemaking to lower the standard rebate amounts. And then we would take our recommendation before you as to what that reduced standard rebate could look like to ensure that we have adequate funding to meet that 20% threshold for charge ahead as well.
And I guess it's not a huge deal, but why not just make that part of this action that we're taking today, to just, if that happens, if it drops below 6 million, we do a decrease? How come it's come back before us?
So Chair George, Commissioner Addington, I think there are a couple of, that's one thing that we certainly looked at and certainly considered, especially as we see, rebate participation continue to increase. But I think that, based on public comment, as well as the fact that we did get, $15 million in additional funding, we are increasing the charge ahead rebate amount. So we do think we will be able to hit that 20% threshold early on. So we won't have to necessarily do this provision, lower the standard rebate amounts, because I think one other thing too is that if a charge ahead rebate household is purchasing new, a decrease in the standard rebate amount will also affect them because they would get a slightly reduced overall rebate. So I think we're trying to figure ways to sort of maximize participation in the program.
If I could, Chair George, just to supplement that a little bit, I think with the investment of $15 million by the legislature in the 2022 short legislative session, the purpose of that was to essentially keep the program going. So I think there's a little bit of a legislative expectation that we keep the program going, and if we're having problems maintaining the funding, that we then come back and have a conversation with the legislature. So this proposal is timed and designed to allow us to do that. These numbers are changing rapidly. We are on a steep curve upward on EV sales, and that's a great thing. That does create some uncertainty about whether we've got enough resources or not, but it's a good problem to have. And I think the sense we had of the legislature and the expectations is better to set it up this way and be able to have that conversation when we've got some more facts in front of us than reduce the standard rebate amount now. I actually press staff, Rachel knows this, on this fairly hard. My reaction was kind of like Commissioner Addington initially, like, why don't we reduce the standard rebate amount a little bit, given how fast sales are accelerating here. But staff really going through this really convinced me that there's enough uncertainty that this setup really allows us to be a little bit more nimble and adapt to the market as it's developing very rapidly here. I will say, we hit very close to 10% of new vehicle sales being either battery or plug-in electric in the last quarter of 2021. And so the trajectory is really positive on these vehicles. We know that they're not going to be for everyone. We know in rural areas it's going to be harder, but we are everywhere across the state, we're seeing pretty significant growth.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Addington, did that answer or at least address your question?
Yeah, could I comment a little bit more?
Of course.
Yeah. And Richard, thank you. I mean, I think you're getting better at trying to head me off at the pass with your comments, which I appreciate. You know, you guys have all heard me on this before. I have my issues with it. I'm going to vote for this because it's a legislative thing, and I think there's some benefits to the program. I do think I would be much more in favor of reducing the standard rebate and increasing the charge ahead, because I'm not sure the standard rebate is what is making people buy electric vehicles. I think if you're going to buy an electric vehicle, you've made that decision, and then you find out there's a rebate. I don't know that, but that's my hunch. So I get it. I understand what it's trying to do. I guess my definition of rural counties is a little different than yours, Richard, because I just think there's huge swaths of this state that this is just not practical at all. And I'll say right now, and particularly given gas prices, if it made, I'd be the first one in line to get an electric vehicle if it made sense for where I live. But I just haven't been able to make that work yet. And so it's not that I'm, opposed fundamentally to electric vehicles or even this program. I just think we want to keep in mind, I just think it's challenging for, if you work in farms or forests around the state or in the backcountry at all, this just is never going to make sense. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Addington, for keeping those issues in front of us. They are very important, and we absolutely have to be reminded of that and keep thinking about this as this program moves forward for the folks for whom it does make sense. Yes, Ali, please.
Just want to add that we are building analytic tools for better forecasting. So we know what the demand will be on our rebate funds, and so we'll be able to do that. So some of the things Commissioner Addington, I think, was alluding to, that index our forecasts certain things happening. We're contemplating that. We may bring you a proposal that one as we develop our tools. In terms of availability of vehicle types that serve every need, I think that's getting better. As we adopted our advanced truck rules, for instance, truck rules, we see the medium heavy duty space. There are more vehicle choices coming out. We see that, in terms of manufacturers' commitments in providing models for, every, they're pivoting to actually producing almost exclusively electric vehicles. So that's way with the future, and we'll be able to enjoy the benefit of where they're heading. And I think it's going to be the choice to you, Commissioner Addington, will be available. A vehicle of your choice that will serve your needs. I think that's coming soon, I hope.
And Chair George, may I just add one other thing?
Yes.
I just want to note that we did just recently approve the Ford Lightning F-150. So it's a pickup truck, electric pickup truck for the rebate program. So that is going to increase vehicle choices, and especially as the manufacturers are rolling out even more vehicles with even longer battery range, at least 300 miles per battery charge. It's what's going to become more of the norm over the next few years. So I think we're going to see more and more options for consumers, hopefully that will fit everyone's needs. In the upcoming years.
Thank you. Commissioner Cotton.
So I think this is one of an incredibly successful program, and I'm so pleased that it is actually kind of, especially the sunset dates that they've removed, that this will go into perpetuity. And I do very much sympathize with the point that Greg's putting forward, and I'm glad that ODOT is working on the recharging infrastructure that we need across the state. But I do want to kind of just put a counterpoint out there is the metric for an electric vehicle is how much an individual drives a day, because we all have electricity at home. So maybe this is also, you know, if you're driving more than the vehicle range, then you need that infrastructure at home. But the vehicle mile range on some of these are 250 miles a day. So yes, it's a rural issue in the sense of where we're placing the infrastructure and that there's equal opportunity to charge if you're driving more than that. But these are accessible to everybody who is driving within the charging radius, and we all have an outlet at home. So there is components to this that are practical to everybody. So just wanted to put that out there.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Director, you're looking indecisive. Do you need one more statement?
If I could, Chair George, I'll be quick. I'll, again, just looking at this latest dashboard from the Department of Energy, there's some notable numbers here. We're over 200 electric vehicles in Klamath County right now. So to Commissioner Kyle's point, that's not going to work for a lot of people in Klamath County because of driving range, but there are some people who drive less and can charge at home. And so we're seeing these numbers pick up, including in rural counties where at least some portion of the individuals in those counties can make this work right now. And then to Rachel's point, we're seeing the range increase and we're seeing the availability of charging infrastructure come in. So it's going to take time. We're not going to be at all electric for a long time. We're going to have gasoline powered cars for a long time, diesel powered cars for a long time. But, you know, it takes 20 years for turnover in the vehicle fleet. So if we want to get to those changes in 2050, now is the time when we really need to be making it worthwhile for people to make these choices. And that's what this program is doing. And I, again, want to compliment staff doing a great job with this program. And the last thing I want to say to Commissioner Addington's point, I actually kind of agree with Commissioner Addington. I would love us to have the ability to provide even stronger incentives for particularly low income households. The legislature actually, unfortunately, has a cap on the charge ahead rebate amount. And I think one thing that we will be talking about and probably talking to some legislators about is are we at a level of maturity in this program at this point that the legislature would give us some flexibility to be able to target this even more, target the program more toward the low and moderate income household populations, whether they're rural or urban. And I think that would be, personally, I think that would be a good thing. And I think that's a conversation I can see coming.
Okay. I'm going to call on Commissioner Slusher, and unless we have something terribly urgent, then I would like to call for the motion.
I'll be brief. I just want to say that I think this is great. I think transportation electrification is where we're headed. And so I'm really excited by the charge ahead rebates. I think they're incredibly important to support EV adoption by low and moderate income households, particularly because EVs provide so much benefit from a societal standpoint and from a climate standpoint and an air quality standpoint. They provide also a huge benefit from an economic standpoint. And so the households that are going to benefit the most from EVs are the households that are spending right now a larger portion of their income on gasoline and diesel fuels. So I'm really excited about this, and thank you for all the work you've done on it.
Absolutely. With that, I would entertain a motion.
Well, I move that we adopt the proposed rule amendments seen on page 35 through 47 of this report as part of chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed. Motion passes. Thank you very much for your work. And now, in a related arena that helps complement one another, we're going to hear about the Oregon Clean Fuels Program updates. So welcome back, Colin and Corianne.
Great to be here. Thank you, Chair George, Vice Chair Barrasso, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Colin McConaughey. I manage the Office of Greenhouse Gas Programs, DEQ. And with me today is Corianne Wind. Corey manages the Clean Fuels Program and leads the team of very talented staff that implement this program. We're here today to update the commission on a rulemaking that is underway. And it is culminating, we think, with a proposal later this year for staff or for the commission to consider adopting that would expand the Clean Fuels Program. We are currently in the 7th year of implementing this program. It's a 10-year program is currently adopted, 2016 through 2025, culminating in a 10% reduction in the life cycle carbon intensity of transportation fuels used in Oregon. This is a market-based program, and as such, the market participants, both the regulated fuel suppliers as well as the opt-in entities that are providing cleaner fuels generating credits in the program, those market participants need long-term visibility into the program and into the market. So we think we're at the right point in this program, a little over the halfway mark, to propose extending the program beyond, again, that 2025 date. I'll start with just a couple slides providing an overview or kind of context to this program, where it sits within our state's economy and within our state's greenhouse gas emissions. And then I'll hand it over to Corey. Corey will provide both an overview of the Clean Fuels Program, how it works, and some of the success of the program thus far, and then transition again into where we're at in this rulemaking process that is currently underway, and where we believe that will culminate in a staff proposal again to the commission this year. Next slide, please. Great. So what you see here is a depiction of Oregon's statewide greenhouse gas emissions. There's myriad ways to break up states' emissions. What we've done here is we have pulled out electricity consumption. So all electricity consumed is a sector unto itself. And similarly, we've done that with natural gas, pulled that out and looked at that as a sector, except for the natural gas going into electricity generation. And what you see here in the sectoral breakdown is something that I presented on for frankly many years to various venues to show that transportation is Oregon's largest sector of greenhouse gas emissions. It has been that way since we have tallied emissions in Oregon since 1990. That's not the case nationally. Nationally, only very recently have transportation emissions been the largest sector. To date, until again very recently, electricity was the largest sector nationally again. However, the onset of significant renewables has cleaned up that sector, and it's now graduated into second place nationally as well. Next slide. So, as the largest sector of emissions in the state, Oregon has developed a wide range of strategies and regulations to curb transportation emissions. These strategies are often lumped into 3 categories. Those that, and that's not shown here. We've broken this out a little bit differently for the commission. But there's 3 ways of addressing transportation emissions that are traditionally shown address vehicle miles traveled, lowering the amount of travel, and those that address vehicles, making those vehicles more efficient or able to accommodate cleaner fuels like electricity, and then those that address the fuels themselves and clean up the transportation fuels consumed in the state. So DEQ works in all 3 of those areas, primarily the latter 2. We are a partner agency with Department of Transportation, Department of Land Conservation and Development, Department of Energy, and the Every Mile Counts effort that is addressing vehicle miles traveled. But primarily, the areas that BQC and DEQ have adopted and implement programs addressing those second 2 areas, cleaner vehicles and cleaner fuels. So what we have on this slide here is a slightly more disaggregated depiction of the strategies that address transportation, with really a focus on the areas in which EQC and EEQ are most involved in. I'll start with the climate protection program that the EQC adopted late last year. That makes Oregon just the second state in the nation, we believe, to adopt enforceable and declining limits on fossil fuels, including transportation fuels. It also includes education and outreach to improve the awareness and familiarity and comfort level with of Oregonians with these cleaner fuels and cleaner vehicles. And then, of course, there are incentive programs that you just heard about and just acted on, those that make these clean vehicles more accessible. The Commission has also adopted programs to require manufacturers to supply increasing amounts of clean vehicles, and that now includes not just the light duty fleet, but with the advanced clean trucks rule adopted earlier this year. That now includes, late last year, that now includes the medium and heavy duty sectors as well. And then finally, addressing fuels, of course, that's the topic here today, the Clean Fuels Program. The Clean Fuels Program, I believe, is somewhat uniquely situated. It complements both broader programs as well as narrower programs. The CFP, the Clean Fuels Program, helps buttress that climate protection program. And if the Commission adopts later this year what we anticipate proposing for the expansion of the Clean Fuels Program, believe that the Clean Fuels Program will play a very significant role in achieving the reductions required by the climate protection program. Transportation emissions are the majority of what that program covers, and an expansion of the Clean Fuels Program that we believe will propose later this year will go a considerable way toward helping again buttress that very broad multi-sector program. The Clean Fuels Program also is already helping support those more narrow programs focused on electrification of different sectors of the transportation sector. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Corey to dive into both what the Clean Fuels Program is, remind the Commission of what it is, the progress thus far, and then get into where we're at in the rulemaking. But Chair George, I don't know if you want to pause if there's any questions on what I just said there.
Any questions or comments so far, Director?
If I could, just real quick, just a note that earlier today, this morning, the Land Conservation and Development Commission was considering the hexagon that you see at the upper left-hand corner there, VMT strategies, the called Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rule, and I believe adopted that proposed rule, which is designed to reduce the amount of driving as part of the really coordinated strategy between agencies directed at transportation emissions. So what you're hearing about clean fuels is an important component really of a networked approach to reducing GHG emissions in the sector. That's the only point that I wanted to make.
All right.
Okay. Director. Okay, with that, I think I'll hand it over to Corey for the next slide.
Okay, so for the record, my name is Corey Lynch and I manage the Clean Fuels Program. I have been doing so for the past approximately 12 years, and it's my great pleasure to present to you today about where we've been with the program and where we are and where we're headed. So next slide, please. So for starters, what I wanted to do is make sure that we're all kind of clearly understand where we're starting from. Not too long ago, when I would say the word transportation fuel, it was really a conversation about gas and diesel, right? It's by looking at this chart, what you'll see is that just this explosion of options of different kinds of transportation fuels that are now available in Oregon, and with far greater diversity that can then substitute for those traditional fossil fuels. So as a reminder, in the Clean Fuels Program, we score each fuel by its life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. That reflects from what it's made from, how it's made, how it gets to Oregon, and the emissions from the tailpipe. So what you see here on this chart then is that every single dot, all the different color dots to the right side of the chart, represent a different fuel that has been approved for use in the state of Oregon in the Clean Fuels Program. Right? So every dot reflects like a different producer, a different feedstock, a different way that the fuel is made. And so you see this wide variety of different scores. So just for reference, gas and diesel traditional you see on the bottom axis about 100. And that's grams of CO2 equivalents per megajoule. So that's kind of where we start from with gas and diesel. So first off, we'll start talking a little bit about gasoline, right? So gasoline is used mostly in passenger vehicles. It's commonly blended with ethanol today at the rate of about 10% ethanol to 90% gasoline. But what you can see with the ethanol is that there's a lot of different dots with a range of, of different carbon intensity scores. So that reflects the efficiency of how it's made and what it's made from. I believe right now all of the ethanol is made from corn as the feedstock for how ethanol is made. But there's definitely options out there, sugarcane, sorghum, different kinds of feedstocks. You can have cellulosic and waste that can be used to make ethanol too. Not quite on a commercial scale right now, but definitely increasing. But in the future, right, as you just kind of heard with the previous presentation, the future of light duty passenger vehicles is really electricity. And so then the vast majority will transition to that. But even if you look at the line that says electricity as far as the dots, there are a wide variety of dots for electricity, right? It makes a huge difference how that electricity is produced. Is it made from coal? Is it made from natural gas? Is it renewables, right? Is it made from biogas to a digester to produce renewable electricity? So that's definitely the trend that we see here moving into the future.
Yes, Commissioner. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just wondering is the dot that's all the way to the left for electricity, is that renewable electricity?
Right, Commissioner Sessler. So that would be like a biogas manure, like a dairy manure, where the manure is put into a digester and then created into a generator that produces electricity.
And please stop me if you were going to get to this, but do the compressed natural gas and liquefied natural gas dots reflect, or carbon intensities, do they reflect methane leakage associated with natural gas production?
Yes. So Commissioner Sessler, so in the model that we use to score these, how it's made, it does incorporate methane leakage into it. The models are updated on a routine basis. They're developed by our national laboratory, so it's the latest information that gets incorporated at that level, and we periodically adopt and update those models.
If I could, yeah, so Corianne, I think to try to get at Commissioner Schlescher's question a little bit, can you give us an example of, for the liquefied natural gas, what would be way down at the left-hand side of the scale there?
Right, okay, so, right, Director Whitman. So what you'll see here is there's different lines from like the fossil versions of compressed natural gas or liquefied natural gas. And then there's also renewable versions. So the fossil ones, we use kind of an average default for what is in a pipeline for a fossil feedstock. But when it gets to the renewable feedstocks, it does make a drastic difference. Say, for example, landfill gas that is then used, right, has about 50% reduction in carbon intensity. There's projects now that are wastewater treatment plant that's even cleaner. And what you'll get to at those negative numbers are these digester, manure digesters, dairy, swine, chicken, I think. But pathways where you take the manures that would otherwise have been land applied in fugitive methane emissions, right? And then capture it, put in the digester and then make electricity. So that's how you get those negative numbers. Sorry.
Thank you for clarifying. I think I was confused because I'm used to hearing conversations where, renewable natural gas or biogas is kind of treated differently from natural gas. So thank you for clarifying that those are included within compressed natural gas.
Corey, if I could just add just one point to what you said, Commissioner Schlesser, I think it's important. When I looked at this at first, I was confused by the x-axis that hitting zero is actually only gets you right in the middle, right? So that in electricity, I believe you see that dot right on the zero line. That's renewable electricity produced, like solar, wind, no emissions associated with that. You get and unfortunately, the whole left half is the negative scale where you get just a handful of different fuels where there's an avoided methane credit that you get where have been a negative value, but for the production of that fuel, there would have been more emissions of carbon, so it's been a negative value.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Okay, so now we'll turn to the diesel, traditional diesel fuels, and which is used, used mostly in your medium and heavy duty trucks. So the diesel in Oregon is commonly blended with the biodiesel at a 5% rate, so it's 5% biodiesel to 95% diesel that's required for the state of Oregon. But increasingly so also renewable diesel that is being blended into the diesel as well. So what you can see again in this chart, if you look at the biodiesel and renewable diesel, you see a lot of different options that can be made from. And the biggest of the differences here is like what the feedstock is. It can be made from waste products like used cooking oil or like corn oil, inedible corn oil that's extracted in the ethanol making process, or you can make it with crop-based fuels like soybean and canola. So the waste-based ones are the lower, the crop-based ones are kind of medium. And compared to diesel, again, you're talking about 50% reductions all the way down to like 80% reductions. So it is really a factor at just, if you're replacing diesel fuel with some of these renewables to get the reductions there.
Commissioner Addington.
Thanks. And Corianne, maybe you just answered this question right there, but I need you to walk me through it. What's the difference between biodiesel and renewable diesel? And can you give me examples?
Sure, Commissioner Addington. I'm going to try not to get too technical down this, but so basically it's made from the same feedstocks, but what you do in biodiesel is that it is a chemical process that you make biodiesel from. So, so the product that comes out of a process of making biodiesel, you can blend it, but you can blend it at certain rates. Most commonly, the trucks these days will take up to a 20% biodiesel. And then after that, you do have to make some modifications to your trucks, but it can take up to 100% biodiesel. The difference between that and renewable diesel is if you think of a refinery, a petroleum refinery. So instead of putting crude into the front of a renewable diesel refinery, you're putting in these renewable feedstocks. So you're putting in tallow, you're putting in used cooking oil, and you're going through the exact same process of making petroleum diesel, but because you're putting a renewable feedstock in, what comes out the end is a renewable diesel. It is identical molecularly, to regular diesel. It meets the ASTM standards for your trucks and your infrastructure. So in this case, the added value of the renewable diesel, in addition to the emissions reductions, is that you can blend up to like 100%, without any kind of adjustments as far as blending or infrastructure or equipment or anything like that.
That is very helpful. Thank you. I just am wondering then, it seems like when I look at this chart, intuitively, I want to say that renewable diesel would be a greater range or towards zero than biodiesel would, but that's not the case.
Well, Commissioner Addington, I think what you're seeing in this chart then is that, it's just, we look at all the fuels individually. And so it's the process for making the biodiesel and the process for making the renewable diesel. We consider all of the energy impacts there.
Okay.
I think the difference is kind of like at what blend rate or how much is used, or blended into the regular diesel is I think more of what, kind of occurs after it's already produced.
Thank you.
So actually, Cory, if I could add, Commissioner Addington, I see what you're looking at. You see on that biodiesel road, the teal dots going just a little bit further left in some cases than we see any of the renewable diesels. But if you think about those biodiesels being able to blend at 20% and the renewable diesel at 99%, while that renewable diesel itself may not be quite as low as CI, at a 99% blend, you're talking about a much cleaner fuel overall than that B20 with the cleanest of the biodiesels.
Commissioner Kai.
So I have more of a curiosity question, but it does go back to that liquefied natural gas from biodigesters, because that really could be a win-win, especially given that we've passed a lot of legislation around biodigesters with DEQ. Is there any attempt to kind of connect the dots between the Clean Fuels Program, the Biodigester Program, and trying to increase kind of that manure to electricity that's happening in Oregon, since we have been talking about incentivizing the acceleration of new technologies, because there are very few that I know of in Massachusetts where there's now like a turnkey company that will go in and help small dairy farmers, for instance, put these energy generators on. It diversifies the income for small dairy. It keeps the manure, E. coli nitrate problem under control, and it produces cleaner fuels. I'm curious if there's thoughts about that strategy.
So I'll answer it, Commissioner Kyle, Chair George, I'll answer at a really high level and then quickly turn it over to Corey Ann. But I think, you know, again, remember, this is a market-based program. So what we're talking about are the potential credits that could be derived from a digester project sufficient to provide an incentive for a utility or somebody else working, or the farm itself to actually want to carry out that project. And we have seen, you're going to see a little later in the presentation, there is a pretty significant manure digester at 3 Mile Canyon Farms, one of the biggest dairy in Oregon. But so far, we haven't seen that picked up as broadly as I think we would like to see picked up. We've encouraged talking with some of our dairies to do more of this, but it's really a market-based program, so it's going to be up to the entities involved in the projects whether it creates enough of an economic incentive or not. But Corey Ann, please, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Sure, Commissioner Kyle. So, I mean, I think there's definitely the potential there. I mean, in the state of California, they have regulations that require, you know, the capture of that, of emissions from a lot of those, say, like the routine animal feeding, you know, operation sources and those kinds of things. I think this is another potential where the policies could work together, where clean fuels credits could be a part of the economics of that. You know, we haven't seen that movement in Oregon yet, but definitely in California. I mean, it is front and center for a lot of their methane reduction programs, for example, or in, you know, in their Central Valley, where the air pollution is just so poor that they need to have these kinds of targeted strategies, where it could be a combination of, you know, regulation and market-based incentives that could make more of that happen.
And I'd be curious, because there are places that we've talked about, some of the food waste or the food manufacturer kind of aspects that have a lot of food waste, the small dairy farms, the CAFOs. There seems to be a lot of opportunity here in Oregon, and maybe it is a conversation, one of the sources of collaboration between DEQ as the regulatory agency for the biodigester, Department of Agriculture, and there's a tie here because it's only been recently that I've heard about these kind of companies now that kind of operate as a turnkey solution for small farmers that have so much else going on that the last thing they need to figure out is how to tap into the clean fuel market.
I think what I would say is the Clean Fuels Program creates the market opportunity to accelerate that, whether you want to combine it with a regulatory program that pushes that a little bit further is another question, and one again which I think there may be some discussion about in the future, because the incentives are so strong. It may not take too much of a touch to just push it over the edge to get that really going.
Okay. Let's keep going because I've got a bunch of slides. I appreciate the discussion. So I guess how I just wanted to close this slide is, you know, what you see in all these fields and all these spots, you know, this is what the Clean Fuels Program is best at doing, right? It's allowing for all of these fuel options to be available for Oregon consumers. You know, motor vehicles, as you know full well, is not a one-size-fits-all issue, right? And Oregons deserve to have all of the options to meet all of their needs. And so I think that's really kind of where the sweet spot of the Clean Fuels program comes in. Next slide. So I think we'll go a little quicker through these slides. So implementation of the Clean Fuels program began in 2016. And what this chart shows you is the progression of the reductions that are required all the way from 2016 through 2025 and beyond. So now that we're in 2022, we are at a 5% reduction that is required from the fuels in Oregon. And is currently adopted, 10% reductions will be required in 2025. And that level of the 10% reductions are, that level will be maintained if there's no additional rulemaking that occurs. A few people have said, okay, so it stops in 2025 and then, you know, it goes to like zero. No, that 2025 is, the 10% is maintained after that. So next slide. So since 2016, there has been a steady increase in the amount of greenhouse gases that have been reduced. So what the blue bars represent then are like for every year, the amount of greenhouse gases that have been reduced. And what the orange line is then is the cumulative reductions. So I think in that far right column in 2021, where we're up to is about 6.5 million tons of greenhouse gases that have been reduced through the Clean Fuels program. Ta-da. Okay, next slide. So another way to look at the effectiveness of the program is to think about how the lower carbon fuels are displacing the higher carbon ones. So here, the blue bars represent the amount of fossil fuels that have been displaced in each year. And the orange line is the cumulative displacement. So as of 2021, the program has displaced over 1.5 billion gallons of gas and diesel. Next slide. So yet another way to show the success of the program is through its credit markets, right? So this is a market-based program. And so this is a way where, you know, the providers of lower carbon fuels generate those credits and they sell those credits to the market. So what the value here of these, what is shown here is basically credits that have been traded within the market that DEQ, we implement the trading of the credits. And so it's a function of the number of credits traded as well as the price that the credits are being traded at. So there have been steady increases in both things. And so in 2021, most recently, it represents about $143 million that have actually been traded within the system.
I'm just curious, so in the previous slide, it showed that in 2021, there was actually a reduction in the quantity of diesel fuels that had been displaced by use of clean fuels, but then credits were selling for apparently much more money in 2021. So do you have any explanation for that dynamic, like why the increase in the credit value didn't drive more production?
Yeah, or Commissioner Schlosser, I would say that, so well, I'm gonna add one more point to this. What this value shows is only the credits that are traded on the market. So normally you would have a fuel that generates the credits, and sometimes you would just have the credits, and sometimes you have the credits that are attached to the fuels, right? So if you're a regulated party and you're dealing in, say, gas and diesel, but you know you have to blend biodiesel and ethanol. So you're contracting and you're buying those biofuels. And most of the time, those contracts are set up so that the credits come with those fuels. In that case, we don't know how much the value of the credit is, right? So that is internal, netted in the contract with the price of the fuel. And so there's no way for Clean Fuels Program to know what that value is. So that could be one explanation. Right, so the fuels are still being traded, they're still being imported, the credits are still being generated, but they're not going through this active market where it's being transferred from one party to another, so we can't follow that.
Thank you.
And so the assumption here in this case, right, so if there is a regulated party, you know, that is they get those credits, right? And so it's like, but I mean, this is a function of the program too. So you're keeping those credits. They're using it for their compliance. They can save it for future compliance as well. They can bank it. There is a healthy bank in our market right now, so there's still extra credits compared to the amount of deficits that are needed. So that helps towards future compliance. I mean, and the assumption also here too is that because that they're getting the credits from this field, the value of those credits are being passed down, right? We don't know how much, but whether it's being passed down because of sale of credits or passed down because the price of the fuels that they are selling can then be lowered, right? Then that's another way that value can be passed on. Okay, next slide. Next slide. And so this is an example of like passing down that value of those credits to the fuel consumers. So as it passes down the supply chain, ultimately it does hit the consumer. And so, you know, a lot of times with the Clean Fuels Program, you hear a lot about this added cost to the petroleum fuels, right? But there is that corollary to that where it's like the value that's being passed down to the fuel consumers as well. So what you will see here is that I've given you a couple of examples of how this might work. So traditionally, if you're a diesel user, you're getting your B5, your 5% biodiesel. That's what you would get at a regular, you know, station statewide. Most cases, that biodiesel is made from either soybean or canola oil, right? So that's kind of like 50% better than diesel. But what you could also get is a B20 blend, so 20% biodiesel. So an increased amount that's being blended. And what's very common in Oregon is because we have sequential biodiesel located in Salem, they make biodiesel from used cooking oil. That's 80% reductions in carbon there for their product. There was an earlier tax credit several years ago that actually really incented the use of B20 made from used cooking oil. And so a lot of fleets are used to that and very comfortable with that. You can go to any truck stop and get the B20 and it's cheaper than B5 is right now. Because it's the credits that are associated with that biodiesel portion that is actually bringing down the cost. So if you just see it here, it's about 24 cents per gallon worth of credit value that can be attributed to bringing down that price. And similarly too, when you're talking about renewable diesel, now you're talking about something that could be replaced at 99%. And so even at a rate, if it's made from soybeans, again, getting more towards that 50% kind of reduction, but the credits associated with that is almost $1 a gallon, right? So we're recognizing here that the price of the fuel itself is a little higher than what your traditional feedstock is, but that the value of the credits really are just bringing down that price point to make it more affordable for fleets to be switching to these cleaner fuels. Yeah. What you're also seeing here then, if you're talking about, say you are, you are heavy duty, and if you're in diesel right now. So the next example, like for propane, is something like if you're like a school bus, right? If you have a school bus, you're traditionally diesel, but you want to switch to something newer, you could do the renewable diesel route. That's really good. But you can also switch to alternative fuel like propane. Fossil propane has a carbon intensity that is maybe about 20% cleaner than diesel, but what you really want is the renewable propane, right? So renewable propane, it comes from a variety of waste oils right now. So, and you can switch to that, no changes needed to your school bus. And you can save about 43 cents per gallon by switching to that renewable propane. And lastly, the example here is with the compressed natural gas. And this is very common in the transit agencies who have switched off of diesel again. So they've switched to natural gas, and it has in the past been fossil natural gas. But more likely so now, right? It's like carbon intensities that you see with some of these renewable natural gases. The landfill gas there, you're saving about 40 cents per therm on that fuel. And then in the case of a renewable, like a product that it's like from like a dairy digester, I mean, so $4.34 a therm. So I don't have at the top of my head what a therm is going for these days, But what this is that it's more, you get more in credits than is the price of the fuel. So the transit agency, say Chariots in Salem, is actually being paid for the fuel that they're taking because they switched to a renewable natural gas contract. There's enough value in the credits to spread around between the producer of the biogas as well as the transit agency in that case. Okay. Next slide. So one of the truly early successes of the Clean Fuels Program is the partnerships that we have made with Oregon's utilities, both large and small. They play a key role in supporting and frankly leading the transition to electric vehicles in a lot of cases. So as a reminder, in the Clean Fuels Program, utilities generate credits based on their customers who own electric vehicles and charge at home. So twice a year, DEQ gets registration data from DMV, and we then allocate those vehicles to electric utilities, and then we calculate the number of credits that are based on the number of vehicles that are registered in their territory, as well as the carbon intensity of the utility specific. So in a case where you are a utility that is, say, a BPA, full requirements customer, and that your carbon intensity is really low because it's such a high percentage of renewable, your carbon intensity is very low compared to something that is more like on a statewide, grade average level. And so the utility customer actually benefits for the cleanliness of that electricity as well. So then the utilities then take those credits and they sell them, and they invested in even more projects to support more electric vehicles. So what you see here then is that, grants, rebates, education and outreach, all these kinds of things that really are supporting kind of like all the different things to have more electric vehicles. Some of the most popular are grants that the utilities are providing. So what you see in the top left corner is a brand new first of its kind refrigerated van that delivers meals to hungry kids, right? The Meals on Wheels worked with the manufacturer to actually create this specific use for them because they needed refrigeration in advance for the food. Right, so it's great story. Below that, what you see is an electric ATV. These are being used by irrigation districts in rural Oregon to maintain their irrigation systems. And the feedback from that is that, is the electric version is actually performing better than the gas versions. What you see in the top right is one of several electric ag tractors that are being piloted at small farms to promote sustainable farming practices. And last but certainly not least, what you see in the bottom right is the first electric school bus that was deployed in Oregon, that's Beaverton School District. But this is one of about a dozen now partnerships between the utilities and school districts to bring Oregon its first electric school buses. Very exciting. It's providing the school kids in Oregon with a lot cleaner and quieter ways for them to get to schools. And one of these projects too, I believe it's in Newburgh, is also being tested to see how the bus can be backup battery for emergency response scenarios as well. So unfortunately, what I didn't actually put on this slide, it's too many pictures, but again, dozens of different chargers that utilities are deploying statewide, right? So there are many of which that would not be possible in the credit, without the Clean Fuels credits. I think in your staff report, I did list out several of the locations that we know throughout the state of Oregon where this infrastructure has gone in. And then another thing that the utility grants are provided for is critical development of workforce that can be developed to install and maintain the electric vehicles and chargers that will be ubiquitous in Oregon. So it's the Clackamas Community College and Klamath Falls Community College. Those programs are key into training that workforce that will be needed for the electric vehicles in the future. Okay, next slide. So I think you've seen this slide before. These are basically, I've shown all the different kinds of places within the state where there are projects either operating or in permitting or construction. And so, it's great to see the different kinds of projects throughout the state, and the economic development that it brings with it. What I really wanted to highlight for you at this time is kind of like the quantities and the types of fuels that we're kind of talking about here. So bringing you back to the slide in the beginning where, all the different kind of products and what substitutes for what, right? If you're talking about on the gasoline side, right, there's ethanol that's being produced in the state, and with all of that transitioning to electricity, the thousands, the almost 3,000 chargers that have been installed in the state now to support that, and to further incent more and more chargers. What you'll see on the diesel side is then the combination of renewable diesel, biodiesel, renewable natural gas, renewable propane, renewable electricity, right? That's going to be displacing the fossil diesel in this case. Oregon's consumption for 2021 was about 850 billion gallons of diesel. And what you'll see there collectively on that map does come pretty close to meeting all of the state's needs. So it's a very good future that we're talking about as far as securing Oregon's energy independence.
Commissioner Addington.
Thank you. Corinne, on this, so these numbers, I mean, it looks impressive to me, and I think I heard you say it could meet Oregon's demand, but the demand is everywhere, right? I mean, these places are not just selling their fuel in Oregon, isn't that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Atkins, that is correct. But there's like you said, I mean, I think regionally and nationally, internationally, there's just a lot of demand and a lot of signals from the market and regulations to switch to lower carbon fuels. And so there are new projects and new facilities everywhere. You will see the new technologies for the vehicles changing as well. So, this is a long-term kind of plan that we need to have to be able to address the supply of those fuels.
Yeah, I think maybe it'd be interesting for me to see some estimate of the demand. I mean, even if it's just on the West Coast for, renewable fuels versus the potential supply.
To that question, Commissioner Addington, I will get you that information, but just to give you a little bit of a context for this presentation here today, the total gasoline and diesel consumption in Oregon is about 1,500 million gallons per year. So if you look, for instance, at the proposed next facility, it's 750 million gallons. That's, on the face of it, close to half of Oregon's current consumption of both gasoline and diesel together. So it's a pretty significant number. They will be selling not only to Oregon, but to California and to Washington and British Columbia, which are the other jurisdictions that have low carbon fuels programs. And then a little bit more broadly, there is, and Corianne kind of said this, but just to make it a little more explicit, there is some significant expansion and production capacity occurring in California and Washington also. This is not just Oregon. And the thing that's notable is, one of the things that's notable about that is, before we had this market develop in Oregon, virtually all of the value add to gasoline and diesel, all of the processing from raw petroleum product was being done elsewhere. And so that economic value was accruing to other portions of the US and globe. And we are, by growing this industry in Oregon, we're bringing that economic value into Oregon, creating Oregon jobs and value for local governments. And so there is a big economic development aspect of the growth of this industry in Oregon. It's an environmental success story, but it's also very much an economic success story for Oregon. I'll get off my soapbox now. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I would love to see sometime, an estimate around the number of jobs created in the state of Oregon, or, Oregon-based produced revenues associated with this new and developing industry, because I do think it's very important. But anyhow, you're right, we need to leave this topic and let them continue.
Okay, next slide, please. So now we're going to be talking about kind of where we are, where we're headed in the future. Next slide, thank you. So what we did is in 2020 to help kind of kickstart this discussion is we hired a consultant, it's ICF International, and they helped us create the vision of what the vehicles and fuels are going to be, or most likely to be in 2035. So what this graph is one of the charts that's a result of that study. One of the key assumptions here is taking, complementary, the adoption of the, electric vehicle regulations. So whether that's in the 1044, that there are the statewide goals, as well as the advanced clean truck schools that we've already adopted. So the assumptions for those are embedded as part of the key assumptions for the state. And so what happened is that when we look at the electrification alone, it achieved about 25% reductions out to 2035 already, right? But what the clean fuels really wants to do is extend that. I mean, it's not just an electrification program, it is a broader fuels program. So what we then looked at is the role the biofuels plays in that, right? We've been talking a lot about biodiesel, renewable diesel. And in Oregon right now, there are quarters that we had like 14% blends of biodiesel, renewable diesel. In California, it's 25%, right? Those blend rates are very, very feasible. And especially when you look up to 2035, it's just gonna get more and more. And so what we did was we embedded 10% biodiesel, about 35% of the diesel pool now in this scenario is replaced with renewables. And so when you add that all up, if you see the line that's kind of going on the right axis, it achieves about 37% carbon intensity reductions, right? So it's a great number for us to be able to kind of look to. And as Colin said before, these are 37% life cycle emissions that represent about 50% tailpipe greenhouse gas reductions, right? So it really lines up consistently to what the state goals are trying to get to. Next slide. So what we also did is to piggyback on this scenario study is then we worked with the researchers at UC Davis and to turn those scenarios about those fuels and vehicles into tailpipe emissions, local air quality, and the health benefits that you get from that, right? The lower carbon fuels have lower emissions. And so what they focused on in their research is reductions in particulate matter that result as the switching of the electrification of the vehicles as well as the cleaner fuels. The results are not surprising because, like I said, they have lower emissions. And so what you see here in the highlighted in the yellow is the higher reductions of particulate matter that are being modeled. It is largely in the valley, but what that represents is that's where the vehicle traffic is now, right? So the more vehicle activity you have, the more reductions you're gonna have. And it is also, what they also did was then take these reductions in these pollutant levels to translate into health benefits. So what they focus on is deaths, mortality rates that are reduced from this. And so it's about $90 million per year in avoided health costs attributed to this expansion of the program. And what we're going to do is piggyback on this as well. So we focused here on PM, on particulate matter, but there are also other tailpipe emissions, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, all those organic compounds, those kind of things. And in addition to the mortality costs, also morbidity and long-term health costs that are associated with those pollutants. So that is work that we are coordinating with the Oregon Health Authority on to provide that added information. Notably here too, we're talking about health benefits, right? And so if you look at where these emission reductions occur, they're traditionally environmental justice communities. They are located closer to these transportation corridors and to the multimodal hubs where these emissions occur. And so the benefits of going towards a more aggressive clean fuels program will help benefit those communities more. Okay, next slide. So to your point, Director Whitman, when previously when we're talking about, so what happens when you take these reductions, right? If we're looking to the future, we're looking to electrification, we're looking to more renewables. You know, if you look at your traditional gas and diesel out to 2035, it's showing at about half of the consumption of these fuels in the state is going to be, you know, transitioned or substituted for, right? So now instead of talking about, you know, your 850 million gallons of diesel, it's really more in the 425, 450 kind of range as far as what in 2035 we really need to replace, right? So that even brings even more into perspective the capacities of the facilities that we have in the state are planning to, you know, it really brings that into focus. Okay.
I could real quickly. I mentioned earlier that I had the opportunity to speak with the Oregon Transportation Commission a week ago, and one of the things we talked about was this slide, the information on this slide, and the change in fuel use in Oregon that is coming as a result of this program. And I want to say the same thing to you that I said to them, which is, you know, with particularly with gasoline, reduction in gasoline consumption in Oregon and the replacement with cleaner fuels, our transportation system is funded with largely with a gasoline tax right now. And so Oregon is going to have a serious conversation and make some choices about how do we fund our transportation system long term. Part of moving to a clean transportation future means figuring some alternate ways to pay for our transportation system. And so we're aware of that. The Transportation Commission is aware of that. And I think as we work together on these issues in the coming years, we'll also need to be working together with our sister agencies, local government, and Oregonians to figure out how as a state do we want to pay for our transportation systems, because we're gonna have to figure out new ways of doing that as we move to new cleaner fuels.
Next slide, please. So we'll continue here now, just a couple more slides on the rulemaking. So what this is the snapshot for the timeline that we are on for this rulemaking. And so what this represents then is that beginning of a rulemaking advisory committee process that started in the later part of 2021. We've had 3 RAC meetings so far, and we've had 3 technical workshops as well. So lots of stakeholder input on all of those things. I would say each meetings have in excess of 100 participants in it, so a wide range of interest. The 4th meeting is coming up next week. Next week, Thursday, is our final RAC meeting where we're going to be talking about proposed rules as well as the proposed fiscal and economic impact statement, as well as the racial equity statement that we prepared for that meeting. I believe those materials are getting posted today ahead of the meeting for next week, Thursday. And so anticipating a very good discussion on those 2 aspects. Next slide. So how we framed, this discussion for the RAC and for this rulemaking. I mean, first and foremost, there's the part where we want to set the future targets for the program to provide that long-term signal about what we see for the targets. But in addition to that, for the stakeholders and for the RAC members, I mean, what are the types of things that you see in the program that needed to be updated to be able to support, those higher targets? And thus the technical workshops that we held as well. The other considerations that we were kind of framed out for the committee was, how does the Clean Fuels Program kind of fit in with the larger climate policy that the state is undergoing right now? As you heard from like this slide about the UC Davis study, the benefits for air quality and public health benefits are great as well. So how do you weight that in the context of a climate program that now has, real emissions reductions locally as well. And then as well, a really good conversation that we had was, so what are the risks associated with setting those targets? Are you gonna set them too high? Are you gonna set them too low? What might happen, right? Are the right safeguards in place within the program to make sure that if there are negative consequences, that there are mechanisms for us to monitor the market, have transparency, to the stakeholders, to, accounted for by the commission, those kinds of things. And so those are all things that we've been discussing with the RAC. Okay. So next slide, please. So this is based on the feedback that we've gotten so far from the RAC members, as well as supported by the technical information and the scenario planning and the health study from UC Davis. What we're proposing right now is moving forward with a 37% target intensity reduction in 2035, with an interim target of 25% reductions in 20% reductions in 2030. Oh my gosh. Right. So that is a look at what we have proposed to our committee and what we're have the draft rules and the fiscal impact for next week that this session is going to be. We feel that this incorporates known changes that we know are going to happen because of adopted regulations, likely changes because of recent trends that we've just seen in the market and the turnover of the development of the kinds of fuels that are available. And honestly, what is needed to continue the transformation of this sector, right? It is a hard sector to address, and it takes a long time. And it's it's long-term targets like up to 2035 that will be able to give stakeholders and participants, kind of that vision into like what we need for the state. And so, yeah, we've already received. Let's see.
Just 1 second, Commissioner Slusher. I'll finish with the slide, and then I have a question.
Yeah, I was actually finished with the slide. So.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering why the decision to stop at 37%. I mean, if it largely reflects, projected real world conditions that might occur even absent this program, and then considering the amount of fuel that is projected to be produced in Oregon compared to the amount of fuel that will be used. And then looking at the slide where you talk about the health benefits from expanding the program, and a 15% reduction in diesel pollution in major cities equates to a $90 million per year health benefit. Why not go further?
Yeah, Commissioner Slusher, that's a good question. I would say that some of the feedback that we've gotten from stakeholders so far, a lot of question marks, as well as if the fleet is really going to electrify at the rate that we need it to. So that I would say is a very common feedback that we get. We know that it's going to happen, but at what pace, and it's consistent with our targets. I think the other thing, as Commissioner Addington pointed out earlier too, it's like we see these fuels, we see it regionally. Is it going to stay in Oregon? Is it going to go to another state? I mean, there's still uncertainty about whether that will stay in the state or not. And so I think it's kind of weighing those uncertainties about the supply, about the transformation, to the zero emission technologies, that you're seeing, some people say, less than 37. There's a lot of people that are saying more than 37 as well, right? So we're not done with our stakeholder process. We'll be going up to notice late June, and we'll be coming to you for action later this year. So I think there's still a lot of feedback that we expect.
Okay. I could just, 2 things to add to, I completely agree with what Corey said, but 2 things. One, program review in 2029, I believe. So there'll be an opportunity at that point to see how we're doing and potentially make adjustments up or down. And then secondly, recall that legislatively there are I'm going to call them off ramps. That's probably not quite the right word, but we have price controls off ramps that's set in legislation. So one concern about going too hard on this is that we trigger some of those off ramps, which could be disruptive in the administration of the program. So we're, as Corianne said, we're trying to hit a sweet spot right now. We think this is a reasonable area to be in. It is aggressive. It does depend to a large degree on the rate of electrification. And there's enough uncertainty still in that arena that for the reasons that Corianne articulated, this is where we're at right now, but we'll see what comment we get during that public period.
Yeah, I think there's one more slide, and that's Richard covered for me. So
Vice Chair Barrasso. I think you're muted, Sam.
Thank you for the presentation here. It's always good to see this work. And I mean, this is a market, and this is fairly aggressive. I mean, I'm thinking about the fact that we went from roughly 2015 to 2025 with a 10%, and so these are it is. And my general sense is that first 10% is probably easier than that next 10%, and then it gets harder to get to that next last 15%, or 17%. And yet I know that we're also increasing electrification. So let me just make sure I understand this. If the pace of electrification continues to increase for the remaining fleet that is consuming gasoline or diesel, let's maybe just say gasoline, since that doesn't seem like that one has the renewable diesel option. For the remaining fleet that's consuming, if that fleet gets smaller and smaller, does their price still, just so I understand this, does the price of the credits that they need to purchase still increase? Like, does electrification smooth it out for everyone, is what I'm trying to understand. Does it smooth it out for the whole market in terms of if we're hitting our appropriate electrification targets, does that smooth the price for all across the board fuel consumers? And maybe that might not make sense, so tell me if that doesn't, but if you can answer it, it'd be great.
Yeah, Commissioner Barrasso. So I think you're on the right track. So yes, as more and more of those vehicles become electric, there's a smaller fleet of gasoline vehicles. I think what you're going to see is that because of the clean fuels, it's going to really get people to blend more ethanol in their vehicles. There's going to be lower carbon ethanol. There is renewable gasoline on the horizon, right? And so all of those fuels then, because of the Clean Fuels Program and the credits, will be bringing down that, should be bringing that price downwards. If you're going to stick to your traditional corn ethanol 10% value, there will be a premium to that, right? That is a cost. But all the incentives that this program sets up will transform. I mean, it'll make economic sense to be switching to something cleaner at that point.
All right, we're going to take a question from Commissioner Addington, and then we're going to let these folks finish.
So just, I just will say that I would definitely benefit from some time with Corianne or Colin or both of you guys between now and when we're voting on this, doing the rulemaking. I have a lot of questions, and I don't need to go all through them here, but I guess, I mean, I'm kind of coming from a different perspective than Commissioner Schlesser, where I'm just wondering, we went from the 25% in 2035 to 37%. And to me, that's fine if there's minimal cost and risk. If we can do better, let's do better. But I want to understand that cost and that risk, which I think you've said is part of what the RAC's work going forward. I have questions about off-road diesel. Is this going to apply everywhere? Is it treated? Does it perform the same as what do I call it? Conventional diesel. I mean, I get cold weather climates. Diesel's a big deal, and whether it gels up. I have questions about how those kind of things are handled. The credits, I also want to understand to make sure, when you talk about the price reductions, because of these credits bringing, you know, is that in comparison to the cost of normal diesel or gasoline, or is that just subsidizing? Is that just bringing the cost down for the renewable? And then how does that compare to what people are paying today for fuel? I mean, those are the kind of things I want to talk about. And I don't expect you to answer them all there, but I at least wanted to give you a heads up that that's what I'd like to dive into.
Great, so let's make note of that. And Stephanie, maybe you can help us out, that we want to make sure to create time so that all those questions can be asked and answered. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, a great presentation. We're all very interested in the topic, so thanks very much. We next have up our action item on the asbestos program fee rules. Ali gets to rejoin us, but you have a bigger team this time, and I'll let you all introduce yourselves as you join us at the table. Welcome. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hello again, Chair George, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ali Muzakali, Quality Division Administrator here with DEQ. I'm here today, this afternoon, to introduce the proposed adjustments to the fee structure for the state asbestos program. And with me is Hillary Sales, the program coordinator here, and I have Tim Warman, acting operations section manager, and virtually joining us is Melinda Mahoney, our quality analyst here, fiscal analyst. And they'll be here to my lifelines to answer questions. And my job is easy. I'll just introduce Hillary, and she'll take it on to walk you through the program. But I just want to stress that we are committed to balancing our vital obligation to protect the environment while being considerate of the stress of higher fees that it imposes on small businesses and other regulated entities. The rule options presented here today demonstrate efforts to mitigate those impacts, and hopefully we can talk through that. And I'm just going to turn it over to Hillary to walk us through the process. And go ahead.
That's great. Thanks, Lily. Hello, everyone. Chair George, commissioners on the screen as well on Zoom. Hello, I'm Hillary Sales, like Ali said. I'm the asbestos program coordinator. And today, Stephanie, if you can go to the next slide, please. Today, we are going to cover several items related to the asbestos fees rulemaking. That's going to include information about the program, the context for this rulemaking, including the need for additional revenue, and the recommended fee increase option for your consideration. Next slide, please. Okay, so for those of you who may not be aware, or for those who might need a refresher, I want to point out that there is no known safe level of exposure to asbestos. So what is asbestos exactly? It is a naturally occurring mineral. Asbestos mines still operate outside of the US. The largest producers right now are Russia, China, Kazakhstan, and Brazil. It was used extensively in previous decades in a variety of construction materials because it's really durable and it has insulating and heat resistant properties. It's a common misconception that all products containing asbestos were banned for use in the US. There are still products imported today that contain asbestos, and these fibers can be really tiny. Which is why laboratory testing is required to identify the presence of asbestos in building materials. So just how tiny are these fibers? What you're looking at on the screen here is a standard penny, magnified a couple hundred times here. And if you look off to the left side, you'll see 2 or 3 kind of transparent grains of rice. That's the largest circle inside the penny. Crisscrossing across it are a couple of human hairs. And then right by Lincoln's mouth, there's a couple of white flecks. That contains about 20,000 asbestos fibers. Those fibers can enter the body by inhaling or by ingesting those particles, and they then become embedded in tissues of the respiratory or digestive systems. Most exposures to asbestos occur during renovation and maintenance of buildings and structures that contain asbestos. So if inhaled, those asbestos fibers can cause lung diseases like asbestosis, lung cancer, mesothelioma, and those illnesses have anywhere from a 10 to 50-year latency period before anything shows up or development of disease. And it's because of that that there is just no known safe level of exposure to asbestos. Many people know now, in this day and age, how harmful it is, but the work to mitigate hazards and to continue to educate industry professionals and the public, that continues. Next slide, please, Stephanie. Thank you. So the Deq Asbestos Program serves multiple important purposes. The program regulates the handling, removal, and disposal of asbestos-containing materials. And to ensure public safety, worker safety, and ensure that asbestos projects are performed correctly, program staff, they do a lot of different things, provide inspections to notify asbestos projects, respond to complaints and inspect unnotified projects, provide technical assistance to the public and to contractors, review applications and provide licensing for contractors. Review training materials, provide accreditation for the training providers who teach the workers and supervisors. They provide the cards for the workers and the supervisors. Review all asbestos abatement project notifications, and operate and provide technical assistance for the Your DEQ online platform. The asbestos program was in wave 1 of the YDO, the Your DEQ online platform, and it's been live since August last year. Next slide, please. Thank you. So a little bit about this rulemaking. This was established to address the need for more revenue in the DEQ asbestos program. The program is funded entirely by fees from project notifications and annual renewals of abatement licenses, training provider accreditations, and certifications for asbestos workers and supervisors. Oregon legislature approved a fee increase of $300,000 annually in the 2021 legislative session. This was authorized because the asbestos program is necessary to ensure safety. Again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, there is no known safe level of exposure to asbestos. And asbestos regulations are in place to protect the environment, to protect contractors and asbestos workers and everyone living in Oregon. This fee increase is one way to ensure that the asbestos program will continue and that asbestos is being handled properly and disposed of safely. For the most part, the revenue from the asbestos program has sustained it, but the program has seen a large increase in renovations and demolitions across the state. Since 2015, that's up about 250%. As the program expands, of course, DEQ asbestos staff, they're performing more inspections, responding to more complaints, and program revenue has not been adjusted for inflation or for cost of living increases. The fee increase is expected to sustain the program for 4 years. That's going to go through July 1st, 2026. And I'd like to note that this may not carry the program beyond 2026. We anticipate engaging stakeholders in conversations before that time to take a look at the fees and what the program may need going forward. It may be another fee increase. It could be possibly smaller but more frequent increases. And that's a conversation that we definitely want to have with stakeholders. The rulemaking team, along with asbestos program managers and the Fiscal Advisory Committee, created this proposal to sustain the program and maintain DEQ's important asbestos work in Oregon. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the progression of the rule proposal. Basically, it starts out at early stakeholder engagement. It goes through the advisory committee meeting and bringing us to where we are here today and to our proposed implementation date for the fee increase. The fee increase was approved in the 2021 legislative session. That was in Policy Option Package 114. We conducted outreach and stakeholder engagement throughout this process. We held one Fiscal Advisory Committee meeting that was on January 18th, 2022. The public notice was filed on March 1st, and the comment period ran from March 1st to March 22nd. And that brings us to today. We hope to implement this proposed fee increase on July 1st, 2022. So coming up in a couple of months here. All right, next slide, please. Great, thank you. So a little bit of history about asbestos fees. It has been a considerable time since fees for the asbestos program have been increased. This program was established by DEQ in 1985, and the Oregon State Legislature approved a licensing program for asbestos abatement in 1987. Along with this approval, fees were established for project notifications, licensing of abatement contractors, certification of workers and supervisors who perform those abatement projects, and accreditation of training providers who teach the asbestos certification courses. These fees were meant to fund the asbestos program activities, and again, that includes review of submitted documents, notifications, applications, revisions, things of this nature, inspection of submitted complaints, inspection of notified projects, and all the other administrative tasks that are performed by program staff. That was a hard one to say. The last increase of annual fees, including licensing, accreditation, and certification, that occurred in 1992, or 30 years ago. Until 2007, 15 years ago, the fees were sustaining the program. And at that time, DEQ saw a shift in the size of projects and increased notification fees accordingly. Larger asbestos abatement projects were becoming less common, and the program started to see more projects that were smaller in size. Rather than large-scale projects requiring some DEQ oversight, but with technically competent parties running the show, we began to see renovations and repairs become more prevalent in homes. These projects don't always require asbestos abatement professionals to perform the work, but it does require a greater commitment from asbestos program staff in terms of technical assistance. And the number of notified projects has grown, again, by approximately 250% since 2015. What this shows is that the workload has not gone down despite the change in project size over the years. Asbestos continues to be impactful to public health and to the environment, and the cost of running the asbestos program continues to rise. Project numbers continue to rise, and so with that comes a need for an increase in fees to sustain the program. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide shows the 4 types of fees that completely fund the asbestos program. For notified projects, typically the larger the project size, the higher the notification fee. And there are additional categories too for asbestos type, whether it's friable or non-friable. And then there are specific fees for annual notifications for certain entities like universities and schools. The licensing of asbestos abatement contractors is currently a flat fee of $1,000 annually. Asbestos abatement contractors have to employ at least one asbestos supervisor who's certified, and anyone who works on any of these projects has to be either a supervisor or a certified asbestos worker. The fees for those are annual, and it is $45 for workers and $65 for supervisors. DEQ supplies the certification cards for those workers and supervisors to the training providers. And those training providers, they teach the courses to allow the workers and supervisors to do their work. Those training providers pay $320 annually per course. And that can be a worker or a supervisor course, that can be an initial or a refresher course. And I break that down in a table later, so it's a little easier to follow. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So what you're looking at here is the revenue from fiscal year 2021. There are 12 different types of asbestos notifications, and each of those are in their own fee category. That's the first 12 bars on the left-hand side. And they vary according to size, from less than 80 square feet to greater than 160,000 square feet. What you'll see here, the tallest bar is the 4th one from the left. That is all project size less than 80 square feet. And that is by far the most project notifications that we get. The fee for each of those projects is $100. The rest of the fees that you see here off to the right of the notification fees, those are for licensing, certification, training provider accreditation. And this is the entirety of the revenue. This is what makes the asbestos program go. And therefore it's the only funding for the asbestos program. Next slide, please. Thank you. So DEQ and the Fiscal Advisory Committee sought to mitigate the impact to small businesses. And small businesses make up the majority of the regulated entities that are affected by these fees. DEQ proposed the two options that are seen on the bottom of the slide, a selected fee increase and an across-the-board fee increase. And the committee requested a review of the top two options. In consultation with the committee, we considered and dismissed the first three options here and went for the across-the-board fee increase. So for a phased increase of fees, in this case, the fees would increase in January of 2023 instead of in July of 2022 this year. This would result in drastically higher fees during that first year of implementation in fiscal year 2023 in order to meet that $300,000 target. Then it would revert to an across-the-board increase in 2024 and forward. Because of the impact that this would have in 2023, this approach was rejected. So the next consideration at the recommendation of the committee was to raise only the fees for larger size notification projects and for annual fees. These types of projects are typically performed by larger businesses. And due to the infrequent nature of large asbestos abatement projects, it's just not a reliable source of income for the program. And so this approach was also rejected. To increase fees selectively would mean that notifications would increase by a smaller amount than annual fees. So those notification fees, which are paid every time a new asbestos project is entered into the system, anytime anyone wants to perform an asbestos abatement project, those fees would have gone up 20%, but the annual fees, licensing, certification, accreditation, those would have gone up by 70%. And it was decided that this approach would not minimize the impact to small businesses. It also would make it too impactful for individuals who paid for their own certification as asbestos workers and supervisors. These positions are frequently held by the BIPOC community, and these fees are not always paid by an employer. So the committee and DEQ agreed that the first three options did not meet the desired outcome, and it was decided that an across-the-board increase was the best path forward. This approach will lessen the impact on asbestos workers and supervisors and still generate enough revenue for the program to continue. All right, now to the tables. Next slide, please. So as we discussed, the option that the rulemaking team and fiscal advisory committee agreed upon is an across-the-board fee increase. All fees that generate revenue for the asbestos program would be increased fairly evenly across all categories. Melinda Mahoney, the air quality budget analyst, worked up the numbers for this fee increase to reach the targeted additional $300,000 in revenue annually. And this is what we developed. So notification fees would increase by 26%. And what you can see on this table, the smallest fee category, that's less than 80 square feet, it's 4 down there. It would go from $100 to $126 per notification. And if you remember from a few slides back, that's where we have the most notifications submitted annually. And that's held pretty true for the last 5 years or so as well. The other fees increase, for example, the next highest is the $400 fee. It's 160 to 800 square feet. $400 per notification goes up to 504. Another example, the $1,700 fee goes up to 2,142. These fees, again, these are paid every time an asbestos abatement contractor submits a project notification. And that can be several times a year, that can be several times a month, depending on how high the season is, how many renovations people are doing, it can go up from there. Next slide, please. So this slide is showing the annual asbestos fees. The certifications for workers and supervisors, whether it be initial or refresher, those also are going to increase by 26%. So from $45 for workers, it would go to $57, and for $65 for supervisors, that increases to $82 annually. Licensing, also an annual fee, that increases from $1,000 to $1,270 annually. And that's a 27% increase.
And lastly, training provider accreditations would increase by 23%. They'd go from $320 to $394. Okay, next slide, please. So this option presented is designed to minimize the fiscal impact to fee payers, especially small businesses and individuals who pay for their own asbestos worker and supervisor certification. This is achieved by increasing fees for notifications, licensing, certifications, accreditation, sufficient to increase program revenue by $300,000 annually. This option provides sufficient funding for DEQ to continue the asbestos program, which provides technical assistance, inspections of asbestos abatement projects, and addresses violations that endanger public health. We believe this option balances the impact of fee payers with the needs to have a sufficiently funded asbestos program, critical to fulfilling DEQ's mission to be a leader in restoring, maintaining, and enhancing the quality of Oregon's air. So Chair George and Commissioners, thank you so much for your time. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on the presentation? Vice Chair Barrasso.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, given sort of I understand and I appreciate the need to maintain these levels of services, given what we know about asbestos. I'm just wondering why not bring more regular interval fee increases so the increase isn't as large. Because it feels more painful, and as I'm saying this, I appreciate that across the board, but just wondering why not that other more regular, because when was, and maybe just when was the last fee increase?
Yes, thank you. That is something that is definitely being considered going forward. My understanding is that in order to make sure that we're able to keep the program running at this point, this increase is going to be necessary at the level that it was presented. But we're definitely willing to take a look at that option going forward from 2026. According to what stakeholders think is going to be the best move. If it's smaller increases more frequently, or if we wait again. I think the reason that it wasn't increased in small increments up until now is because the asbestos program really attempts to work with what we have, if that makes sense. And it's sustained the program thus far. We haven't had to really take a look at finances until now, and we're at a point now where it definitely needs to have that amount.
That's a great question. I think you see that struggle comes up through all of our fees. And that issue of dated fees and how frequently we get to increase them. Not every program has a feature of regular CPI increases or regular increases. We need legislative authorization to do that, and I think that's something we're considering. And as Hillary mentioned, we're going to engage with our stakeholders moving forward to see what kind of regular what do we need to put in place to maintain the program moving forward? Is it a periodic few percent increases over the year, or is it some every 4 years or so we go back and revisit this? But you're absolutely right. The longer we wait, we see this sort of step increases in our fees that comes appears as a jolt. But I think it's just trying to adjust ourselves to the fact that we haven't adjusted the fees. I think that is an issue. You're absolutely right.
Thank you. Commissioner Khan?
Hi, thank you, Hillary. That was a great presentation. I just have a question about the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, because I'm not familiar with this field. I'm not sure. Looking at this, it looks like most of these folks that were on the advisory committee are actually in asbestos abatement. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. Yes, most of them are industry professionals or industry adjacent professionals. We attempted to get as much representation from communities as possible. I forget it's the Mid-Columbia Action Council, I think, was invited to join us as well. And we had a member of the public to represent a community member as well, who had some previous experience on a financial fiscal advisory committee. But yes, it's sort of all across the board from a variety of folks in the industry to get their input.
And so it was this group that was kind of saying the across the board is of all the options, they weighed in and were the ones that selected the across the board.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Thank you.
Well, okay, Commissioner
Yeah,
Slusher.
I was just gonna say that, thank you, that was a really helpful presentation.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I agree. And thank you for, summarizing that work that you did to, sounds like come to consensus. Like you say, nobody loves fee increases, but when the directly impacted community is coming to the same conclusion that like, yeah, if we've got to do that, this is the best way to do it for us. We do appreciate your sensitivity. All right, well, seeing no other questions or comments, let us see if we have a motion at this time.
I move that the Environmental Quality Commission adopt the proposed rules as seen in attachment A of the staff report for this item as part of chapter 340 of the Oregon Administrative Rules.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we require further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion passes. Thank you very much. And you did that efficiently.
We'll make up a little time.
You did, and we are due for a break, and I think we need to be compassionate to all our participants here. So let's take a 10-minute break, and let's be back here at 2:55.
Chair George,
Yes, Vice Chair Barrasso.
I just want to let you know, this is my moment where I unfortunately have to head out to on travel. And so there's probably a nice break for me, so I won't be with you all the rest of this commission meeting, but look forward to being with you all in person and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you very much for your participation. Travel safe, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time.
Bye all.
And Chair George, this is Stephanie Caldera, your commission assistant. We will pause the recording during the break and all lines will be muted.
Great, thanks very much. We'll see you soon. Thanks. And continue our discussion. There's our recording in progress, and now, skip this, I take it. And now it's time to take action. So thank you, Jennifer and Jean, for joining us.
Yes, and good afternoon, Chair George, members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Weigel. I'm the Water Quality Administrator at DEQ. And as you noted, we're here this afternoon to talk to you about TMDLs by rule. And so what we are going to be doing today is talking to you about our proposed schedule for review and action on a set of TMDLs that we are proposing to develop as rules and seek your concurrence on that plan for that body of work. With me today is Jean Foster, who is our watershed management section manager, and I'll be leading up for the first couple of slides, and I'll be turning it over to Jean for other parts of the presentation. All right, Stephanie, next slide, please. So today's presentation we'll be covering a few different things. So first, we'll be reviewing the criteria. We talked about this in a little bit of detail when we came to you last month in April. We'll be reviewing the criteria that we use for prioritizing TMDL development. And as part of that criteria, what criteria DEQ is using to decide to issue a TMDL by order versus by rule. We will also be providing an overview of how we intend to provide informational updates to the commission and also to engage with you during the development of those TMDLs leading up to the rules being proposed for adoption by the commission. We'll then talk about the specific TMDLs that we propose to develop and adopt by rule. And we'll talk about each of those TMDLs and why, what are the fact sets and our current understanding of various attributes and characteristics of those TMDLs and why we are proposing that we develop those TMDLs by rule. And lastly, we have an overarching schedule that we'll review with you for TMDL development and how we would propose to engage with the commission in those interactions related to those TMDLs over the coming 2 years. So with that, Stephanie, next slide, please. Okay, so again, to review the criteria that DEQ uses for TMDL prioritization, under the Clean Water Act and the federal regulations and state rules, there is a requirement for TMDL prioritization to focus on the severity of pollution and uses of the waters. So that's the place where DEQ starts when we're looking at our list of waters that are identified as impaired and understanding which of those TMDLs need to be put up on the priority list for development. That particular criteria, and again, there's a few sub-bullets here about what we mean by severity of impacts to water quality. Things that we look at are multiple or significant impairments, various public health uses that may be impaired, such as drinking water, fish consumption, contact recreation, the scale of point and non-point source discharges, how many, how broad-based, and what are we seeing in terms of active efforts to remedy those pollutant contributions. Another factor that we use also is TMDL litigation and court order deadlines. Clearly, when we have litigation outcomes that dictate work be accomplished in the TMDL arena by a certain schedule, that clearly needs to factor into our prioritization schedule, particularly on a temporal basis. Another factor being the geographic areas that we're talking about, large number of interested and affected stakeholders as well as the public also factor into that. And also, how we're engaging with the public and what the stakeholder engagement is within that particular area, both in terms of level of concern for the various types of pollution, but also level of engagement for implementation and interest in seeing that implementation occur. Of course, important things for us to consider as well, and sometimes this in particular can affect how we sequence things, which would be our own DEQ resources. So clearly, we have certain folks who are based in certain geographic areas. We also have certain folks with various technical capabilities around certain types of pollutants and environmental effects, and we need to ensure that those resources line up in a way that we're not double booking some of those resources, or that they line up in a way that from a project management perspective, ultimately we can figure out how to make that work effective given the resources that we have and their availability. We also look at various cross-program and cross-agency interests. So in some cases, we're looking at affected permits. We're looking at other things on the horizon that may affect the timing and sequencing of some of those as well. The ones that we have here in bold are the ones that in particular, while all of these affect our prioritization, the ones in bold are the ones that we are focused primarily on and thinking about which TMDLs would be most amenable to being developed under a rulemaking process. Next slide, please, Stephanie. So here we have a schematic that we've put together that just kind of highlights how we would propose to engage with the Environmental Quality Commission during the TMDL development and accompanying rulemaking process. So you see at the left-hand side of the schematic, we've got early work around outreach to local groups. So that could be local watershed councils, local landowners, local jurisdictions. We do early data connection, we get some EPA input, we begin looking at appropriate technical skills to be able to bring to bear in the early stages and begin to formulate our thoughts on an overall approach. We would intend to come to the commission early in that process after we've done some of that initial work, but before we initiate the rulemaking advisory committee process, to be able to give you a sense of where we're headed, the types of issues we anticipate encountering, and be able to give you a first informational session. We would then intend to come back with a second informational session after we've gone through some of the rule advisory committee process and have done the public notice process. Again, to be able to let you know, here's the comments we're hearing, here's how we've been able to address them, and here are the major issues that we anticipate. And then finally coming back to you for an action toward the end of the process. one thing I want to highlight here, the objectives that we've got for engaging with the commission are to ensure that we are getting in front of you in a timely way to let you know, one, what is the work that DEQ is doing? How are we taking into account input from various stakeholders? So that could be data that they're providing, input on allocations, input on priority areas for restoration, across the board. How are we both doing our analysis and how are we engaging with stakeholders? And this process, while we've made it to look a little bit linear, I would say a more accurate schematic in terms of how things happen in practice would be a little bit more of a curlicue, because there is development and an iterative approach to both the analysis and what goes into the actual allocations and implementation occurring really all along that time frame. So our intention, again, with engaging with the commission is to be able to have at least 2 informational sessions with you all to give you touch points both kind of early in the process and in midpoint of the process to be able to relay to you that work and how we're going through that feedback loop both with our own analysis and with external engagement. And with that, I will, let's see, let's go to the next slide, please, Stephanie. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jean.
Good afternoon, Chair George, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Gene Foster with DEQ, manager of the watershed management section, and I'm going to be going over the specific TMDL project areas that we're proposing to be adopted as ruled by the EQC. Going to start off with the temperature TMDL replacement projects, and these are in the Willamette Basin, the lower, middle, and upper part of the Willamette Basin. It would also include the Clackamas, which flows into the lower part of the Willamette. These would be due to EPA in January of 2024. And then we'd also would have the main stem and the major tributaries below the dam that would be part of phase 2 and going to EPA in February of 2025. The Sandy River Basin is will be with the lower Willamette Basin and will be going forward in January of 2024, and then the North and South Umpqua Basins in February of 2025. An overarching theme for all of the TMDLs who are proposing to be adopted by rule is that we've been working on them for a while and have done extensive analysis on the TMDLs in these project areas. In the case of the temperature TMDLs, these were vetted the first time they were issued, and we're not expecting the sources of heat to be significantly different this time around as they were last time. In some cases, in the case of the Willamette, the main stem Willamette, there's actually fewer point sources discharging currently than there were when the temperature TMDL was issued back in 2006. The upper Yaquina, Coquille, and Powder have also had extensive analysis done and will continue to work with the designated management agencies, local advisory groups, and if we move forward with these for adoption by rule, we'd be working with the rule advisory committees for verifying information, getting feedback, and implementation planning. Next slide, please. So for the Willamette Basin, a little more specific information on the Willamette Basin. It's and part of the rationale for going forward as a rule. It has an extensive large area within the state of Oregon, 12 large subbasins. 70% of Oregon's population lives in the Willamette Basin, so therefore a large percentage of the population of Oregon would be affected by this TMDL. There's extensive and varied land uses. There's that can be non-point sources that are contributing to the impairments that we're seeing in the Willamette Basin. And we also have the densest distribution of point sources in the state in the Willamette Basin. In addition to that, there are approximately 170 designated management agencies, DMAs, that have been identified in the previous TMDL, and we're anticipating those to be the same for the temperature TMDL, as having responsibility for implementing the TMDL. Next slide, please. For the Sandy subbasin, this drains off of Mount Hood, as folks probably know, and out to the Columbia River, and has Bull Run watershed, the city of Portland's drinking water source, as well as ESA listed species. So this is an important area that's being bundled with the Willamette Basin for issuance, and we're recommending because of its importance for both the significance of the watershed for the city of Portland, as well as ESA that moves forward as well. Next slide, please. Up. And this is the Bull Run watershed that we have. Next slide. And then the north and south Umpqua River basins. These are important resource and recreation industries. Next slide, please. That contain world-class fly fishing and natural resource rivers that are important for rely on high water quality. And next slides, I believe. And so with the temperature replacement projects, temperature TMDL replacement projects being proposed by rule, in summary, temperature impacts continue to be very important in the state of Oregon. They're ongoing because of the cold water fisheries we have, the impact of anthropogenic sources on heat and temperature in the state of Oregon, as well as overall climate change. These are important impairments that we have. These temperature impairments occur across a large geographic areas, and we're interested in having the policy discussions on pace and scale of land use and land management as non-point sources of heat and impacts on temperature increases, to see and have discussions about how to increase that pace and scale of restoration that's needed. There are a large number of stakeholders, and there's diverse interests that are affected, and there's tribal interest, and the stakeholder engagement in these areas are quite high. And for the temperature TMDL replacement projects that we have court-ordered deadlines, that would be served by a transparent and structured rulemaking for these TMDLs. And I will highlight that these temperature TMDL replacement projects, again, we're revising them rather than starting from scratch. And this streamlines the effort and the issues that we're working on in these areas. Allocations of the human use allowance really aren't anticipated to change very much. We are still working with the 0.3 degrees C human use allowance for our temperature TMDLs. But what will be important is what and how to address the allocations that may need to change based on areas identified as priorities for implementation. This will likely lead to identifying these areas that are priorities for restoration, could likely lead to TMDL implementation plan development by Oregon Department of Agriculture for agricultural lands, similar to our current efforts with ODA on the Willamette Basin Mercury TMDL implementation planning that's going on with ODA there, and also by Oregon Department of Forestry for non-federal forest lands. In addition, we'll be working with other designated management agencies that are identified in the Water Quality Management Plan for updating TMDL implementation plans. We're currently, as I mentioned, ODA TMDL implementation plan development is being discussed with Oregon Department of Agriculture for inclusion in our memorandum of agreement that is being revised, and you'll hear a bit more about that on that status on the next agenda topic for the EQC. And this concept has already been added and signed by for the MOU that we have between Oregon Department of Forestry and DEQ. We expect that this TMDL implementation planning process will lead to increased transparency for TMDL implementation. And so this is bringing these state agencies to having that implementation planning that we're already doing with a number of other city and county designated management agencies that develop TMDL implementation plans and for TMDL, for the TMDLs we've issued. Next slide, please.
Jean,
yes.
Thinking about what you've been sharing, this is something that's been on my mind for some time. So for these basins for which there have been these TMDL work and analysis has already taken place. You mentioned that in the Willamette, there's some fewer point sources, so point sources of heat there that could, to what degree that impacts the overall budget, I'm not sure, but it seems, I know we're gonna look at some examples and maybe those will be good case examples, but certain parameters like the human use allocation isn't gonna change. For those basins where you have protected species, those biological criteria are not going to change. What is there potential for a high delta in these TMDLs? Are we going to see significant changes in the outcome? Because those of us who've been through this a few times, there's a lot of math. And in the end, you identify that probably all the sources you've already discussed, metropolitan development, human development, ag, forestry, non-point sources are all going to have to implement better temperature management protocols. There's a part of me that wonders, how big is the delta for all this work we're going to be redoing?
Chair George, that's a very good question. I think for the temperature TMDL replacement projects, well, let me go back to the 2006 Willamette temperature TMDL, where the impact of point sources on increases in heat were around 0.15 to 0.2 degrees C, whereas the non-point source, the lack of riparian vegetation, and this is along the main stem Willamette, was on the order of 0.75 to 1, around 0.75 degrees C. So the point sources for the main stem Willamette were a small source, but it's important for them to do their part and reduce their heat load along with the non-point sources. So that those closures of the mills, although there was a reduction in heat, we're not expecting those to have a significant impact on the temperatures that we see. We do expect that we're going to continue to focus on the need for riparian restoration for providing shade, and that although the TMDLs themselves are going to continue to be developed and implemented to meet the biologically based numeric criteria with a human use allowance of 0.3 degrees C for all human uses, where we're really hoping to make gains through these TMDLs, which are continuing to be implemented as we're working on these. The DMAs are continuing to implement their TMDL implementation plan, so that has not been halted. Those continue to move forward. What we're really hoping for is to have discussions on prioritization of restoration. Some of the discussions with the local advisory groups and DMAs is what can be done where and how quickly can that be done and where we're going to get the biggest bang for the buck, so that we can continue to work on restoration and continue to get streamside vegetation restored, and other factors that are going to be important for reducing heat and reducing temperatures in stream. I know that's probably not a direct answer on the magnitude of impact that redoing these TMDLs are going to have, but we're expecting that on the implementation side, that it could be very helpful for transparency and clarity.
Okay, well, thank you, Jean, and to acknowledge that my question to some degree is moot, because we have to do it. These are court-ordered TMDL revisions, so it's not really your responsibility to justify the work, but thank you for engaging me. And if it does take those implementation conversations to where they need to go, and what you said, what are the priorities, where can we do them, and how can we move from a situation wherein we have not been doing a tremendous amount of implementation to really taking that up a notch? Well, then all those conversations will be very valuable.
Thank you. Next slide, I think. All right, our other high priority TMDLs that we're recommending to go forward as rules include the Upper Yaquina River watershed for bacteria and dissolved oxygen, the Powder River Basin for bacteria, and the Coquille River Subbasin for bacteria, dissolved oxygen, temperature. And these, the DO impairments will also will be addressing the chlorophyll A and pH in the Coquille. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through each one of these. So next slide, please. The upper Yaquina, as we probably mentioned before, this is in the Mid-Coast Basin, and it's a small, the upper Yaquina is a watershed, a small portion of the Siletz and Yaquina subbasin. Next slide, please. The watershed and distinct assessment units that we have within the upper Yaquina watershed, which is shown with this black line. We have the red shading and red lines are where we have impairments for dissolved oxygen. And so on this map, you can, to the left of the map, you can see Toledo, which is downstream of the upper Yaquina. And then as we go upstream up Highway 20, we have dissolved oxygen impairments throughout a large portion of the upper Yaquina through Eddyville and on up. And then also for Big Elk Creek area as well. Next slide, please. Here's the upper Yaquina again, and these is showing the assessment units for the bacteria impairments, with the fecal coliform kind of being in this pinkish color, and E. coli in the green. So we have the bacteria impairments again throughout the main stem of the upper Yaquina for most of the upper Yaquina watershed. And next slide, please. And this is a map of the upper Yaquina watershed with the land cover or land uses in the watershed. And the dark green color is, the darkest green is the Oregon Department of Forestry public land, and the lighter green color is ODF private forest. And so for those, ODF would be the designated management agency. The yellow is Oregon Department of Agriculture. So these are the agricultural lands. And so what this is showing is that for the upper Yaquina, if you take the upper Yaquina as a whole for the entire watershed, it's dominated by private forests, the light green portions. The yellow, the agricultural areas, those is a small small percentage of the subwatershed. However, the agricultural lands are located in close proximity in many cases to the streams and rivers. And so even though they may be a smaller percentage, they're also going to be important for us to work with the Oregon Department of Agriculture on TMDL implementation for this area. Next slide, please. So for the upper Yaquina, this we're addressing multiple parameters: bacteria and dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll A, and pH. Impacts to public health and the environment. The bacteria is for whole body contact, and we also think that there's meeting our bacteria water quality standard is also helpful for protection of livestock that may be consuming that water. And then dissolved oxygen, the water quality standard for that is designed for our cold water fisheries, for protection of our cold water fisheries. Based on our analysis that we've been have gone through, and we've been working on the mid-coast, including the upper Yaquina, for several years. And our analysis is showing that we have contributions from agricultural non-point sources. There aren't any point sources other than the Oregon Department of Transportation, their stormwater permit. And there's tribal interest and stakeholder engagement in this area is high. There's active watershed councils and groups in this, and soil water conservation districts in this area for implementation. Next slide, please. Wanted to take a minute to now talk about the Powder River Basin, and this is a large geographic area, northeast corner of Oregon. It butts up where Oregon touches the Idaho border. This encompasses the 3 sub-basins in the area. The Powder in the middle, which this includes the Thief Valley and the Wolf Creek and Phillips reservoirs. And these areas are in important areas in the center. The Burnt to the south, which includes the Unity Reservoir, and Brownlee Reservoir to the east. And next slide, please. This is showing the impairments that we have for bacteria in the Powder Basin. You can see that the red E. coli and fecal coliform, and we have on here the category 5 listings. There's some on the Powder and some on the various creeks in the Powder and the Burnt areas. Next slide, please. Back to our land use map analysis that we've been doing on bacteria and using low duration curves. And this map shows the designated management agencies, and the different colors correspond to which designated management agency is responsible for what area. The yellow again is Department of Agriculture. The orangish color is the Bureau of Land Management, and the green, the darker green is U.S. Forest Service land. And this area has has livestock grazing and agricultural crops and hay of pasture. These are the main land uses in the basin. And you can see that there's a lot of agriculture and Bureau of Land Management land. These land uses, based on our data and analysis, the dominant sources are agriculture, and these yellow and orange areas, dominant sources of bacteria. This area is also supported by an extensive system of irrigation conveyance systems, and from the reservoirs, and both these streams and flows and bacteria concentrations are higher during the irrigation season. So a difference between the upper Yaquina and the Powder, other than one's on the west side, one's on the east side, precipitation, high flow events in the upper Yaquina are driven by precipitation events. It appears that for the Powder and Burnt Basin, irrigation season, irrigation return water is a significant factor for flows and bacteria in the stream. So that's, as we're working through this, these are things that we'll be talking with DMAs, and have talked with DMAs and local advisory groups about as we've been developing this information. Commissioner Addington.
Commissioner Addington.
Jean, can you just, so the Upper Yaquina and Powder River, are these new TMDLs? These are not existing TMDLs.
Commissioner Addington, Chair George, that's correct. These will be new TMDLs. These are not replacement TMDLs.
But isn't part of the TMDL process, I mean, have you already done all the work to figure out what the problems are? I mean, isn't that part of development of a TMDL, is you have a local advisory committee and you go through some of this stuff?
Commissioner Addington, Chair George, we have been doing extensive analysis and work in the Upper Yaquina, the mid-coast area, including the Upper Yaquina. We actually have been working on this area since 2015, 2016. We've had local stakeholder advisory committee processes to help us with understanding the watershed, the work that's being done in the watershed, providing us information on sources and practices that have been occurring in the Upper Yaquina. And we recently had a local stakeholder advisory committee. This was a commitment that we had made to the members of the LSAC and the technical work groups that were formed for DO, temperature and bacteria, to come back to them when we were closer to having the loading capacities and allocations formed from that. So we have been working a long time in the Upper Yaquina, the same for the Coquille, which we'll get to in a minute. And then the Powder Burnt, we've been working on for a couple of years and putting together data and information. We've presented that to different groups along the way, but we have not yet formed in the Powder a local advisory group, or obviously we haven't formed a rural advisory committee yet either. So we have been doing analysis, and we have been working with local groups, and especially in the Upper Yaquina, and to a lesser extent in the Powder and the Coquille.
So in the case of the Upper Yaquina, so the TMDL has been under development since 2015.
That's correct. Well, it got started. I wouldn't say it was the same level of effort for all that time. It's been kind of up and down the level of effort. We've various factors, including the ruling on the natural conditions criteria, and then the temperature TMDL litigation had significant impacts on that, as well as our work with forestry. And so we've been some level of effort in the mid-coast and the Upper Yaquina since 2015, but it's been variable.
Okay, I'll let you move on. But then in the Powder, there hasn't been any stakeholder involvement up to this point.
We presented data to like the Watershed Council and then ODA's local advisory committee for their reviews of area rules and plans for the powder and burnt. We talked about our analysis that we've done on bacteria and likely sources. We have not yet formed a local advisory group specifically for the TMDL, but we have been talking with those groups, those folks that are in that area that participate in ODA's local advisory committee for the area rules and plans, and then watershed councils as well. And then some conversations with individual designated management agencies.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I'm ready to go to the next slide. Thank you. So for the powder, again, this will be addressing the significant impairments of bacteria, public health, and wasn't too long, well, maybe it's been a few years ago now, there was some concerns about public water supply systems in the powder for Baker City. The bacteria TMDL will help to address public health concerns. So it is a large geographic area, and there are based on our analysis of the data, low duration curves and bacteria analysis is that agriculture is a significant source. And there's interest from tribal interest and stakeholders in this TMDL. And let's see. I think I'm ready to move on to the next slide, please. And here we have going to be talking about the coquille. And the coquille is a subbasin on the south coast, or subbasin on the south coast basin in the southwest corner of Oregon. Coquille consists, it's a diverse area consisting of the North Fork, East Fork, Middle Fork, and South Fork. There's other various small tributaries. These all combine to form the coquille that then travels downstream with its mouth and Bandon. And it has a large estuary area as well. Let's see, next slide, please. Bacteria impairments. There has been some bacteria improvements in bacteria levels, and that is reduction in bacteria levels. And we've seen this in the impairments that we had in 2012 as compared to the 2018-2020 integrated report. The Middle Fork and lower portions of the South and North Fork are no longer listed, but however, the where they come together, converge, and form the main stem, we still continue to see bacteria impairments for that main stem. Next slide, please. This is showing the dissolved oxygen listings that we have for the coquille. And we have impairments in the middle fork, lower portions of the North and South Fork. DO continues to be impaired through much of the subbasin. I think the current 2018-2020 listings show we've done additional analysis, more detailed analysis on the dissolved oxygen data that we have for the area that would indicate that DO standard that we should continue to move forward with the DO TMDL for the entire subbasin. Next slide, please. This is the temperature impairment shown by the watershed section that we have for the North Fork, we have impairments East Fork, Middle Fork, and the South Fork. And these are red and yellow cell mounted spawning and have temperature impairments throughout the watershed. Next slide, please. And this is showing the land uses. And again, the yellow being agriculture, in many instances, although not all, but in many, located near the stream, with the orangish color being BLM, and I think this is ONC lands, and then the lighter green color being private forest lands. So although the land cover is mostly forest and the federal forest, the U.S. Forest Service is in the dark green, we have a few towns in the area that along the river, crops and pasture land are in the agricultural lands along portions of the waterways and the valley bottoms. Our data evaluation indicate bacteria contributions are largely occurring during the rainy season, which would indicate for this area, being with the flows being dominated by precipitation events, that these are probably runoff events that are occurring that could be from manure from livestock grazing areas or direct deposit manure and eroded soil from livestock accessing streams, and then temperature and dissolved oxygen impairments, primarily driven by lack of shade for temperature on the small streams and inputs of nutrients and organic matter that occur during these runoff events and degraded stream banks and channels. Next slide, please. So for the Coquille, again, we're addressing multiple impairments, and these are both for bacteria, public health, as well as dissolved oxygen and temperature for significant species. It's a large geographic area. There's diverse stakeholders. There's tribal interest in this area. And we'll be working very closely with Oregon Department of Agriculture and Oregon Department of Forestry as we're working through these issues on TMDL implementation planning. There are 4 permitted wastewater treatment plants and that do discharge to the area, and those are going to receive waste load allocations that are going to require reductions of pollutants that are in their effluent. So that's the summary for the Coquille, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Jennifer for the list and schedule.
All right, thank you, Jean. So I have here a couple of slides just that give an overview and sequence of how we would propose to move through these TMDLs and what we would expect at this point in time in terms of those informational briefings and then action items by the commission, the informational items being in pink and the decision points being in orange. So we would look at for the TMDLs that Jean was just discussing, the not the court order temperature TMDLs, but the other 3, starting with briefings later this year in September and November to be able to bring informational items for the Powder and Upper Yaquina TMDLs this fall, leading up to a decision in February of 2023. And then we would do an informational item on the Coquille, followed by a informational item and decision in the spring of next year. And then we would begin the sequence with the temperature TMDLs at the midpoint of next year, having informational items and decisions in late 2023. Some of the way that these are arranged are intended to try to, in some cases where, for example, where we're looking at bacteria as the pollutant of concern, being able to bundle some of these, because our analyses are going to, the approach to the analysis and the ways in which we're doing that, there's going to be some similarities. So thinking about how we can most efficiently use your time and things that we're working on in parallel, we can talk about different ways in which we've engaged stakeholders, but bundle up how we're talking about the approach to the analysis in those and hopefully have some efficiencies there. And this next slide then goes into 2024 with the other informational items for the other temperature TMDLs that are in the second round of temperature TMDLs, which is the main stem Willamette and the north and south Umpqua, which is the next bundle of court ordered temperature deadlines, which then again having a action item in 2024 for those. And with that, we have one more slide that just kind of brings back the kind of sequencing, but at this point we would welcome any questions that the commission has about any of the information we presented.
Director, is there something?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Is Jean mentioned, we last fall got through working with our new updated memorandum of understanding with Oregon Department of Forestry on how we will work with them in TMDL development and implementation. And one aspect of that MOU is we go through development of the TMDL and looking at the level of impairment in particular parts of a basin or sub-basin. We are going to be doing, my understanding is we're going to be with Oregon Department of Forestry doing an assessment of the sufficiency of existing regulatory mechanisms. And so I think my question is, are we anticipating that we are going to be doing essentially the same thing with agriculture and the Oregon Department of Agriculture as we go through TMDL development, whether it be temperature or bacteria or dissolved oxygen? And of course, some of this blends into the next agenda item in terms of the MOA with the Department of Agriculture, but I think for the commissioners, it'd be helpful to hear a little bit about what work we intend on doing with agriculture and whether it's similar to what we've been doing with forestry. I think I'll just stop there.
So Director Whitman, I'll go ahead and start there. And we have Isaac Stapleton who'll be joining me from Department of Agriculture on the floor above us. He'll be joining us for the next agenda item. So I know he's watching this one, so we'll have a nice segue into our next discussion as well. But yeah, the conversations that we are having with Department of Agriculture are very similar to those that we had with Department of Forestry. Of course, those regulatory programs are different. There's different mechanisms and processes and rules by which we get there, but the conversations that we have been having with Department of Agriculture is a conversation around how will we both work during TMDL development and implementation to work toward load allocations, and what needs to be different from maybe what has been implemented to date, and how do we capture that plan of action with, and similar to how we work with other designated management agencies. What are the milestones? How do we know, have a monitoring, implementation, accountability, adaptive management, so that we are making progress and have feedback loops once we have a plan, and then how does that occur over time? We are in the middle of those conversations, so figuring exactly how that looks relative to the Department of Forestry's program versus how does that fit within Department of Agriculture's programs. Those are the conversations that we are having in the moment as we speak, but we are having very similar conversations.
So thanks, Jennifer. And if I could just, for the commission to give you all a little bit of context, of course, where we're doing a TMDL, it is because we are not meeting water quality standards. So it is because we need to be making some changes in order to meet those standards. So there's nothing special about what I just said about agriculture. It's really the same for everybody. If it's ODOT with a stormwater permit for their highway system that needs to be looked at as part of the discussion about how do we get to the outcome that we all want to get to. It's the same for forestry, it's the same for local governments that have responsibility as a designated management agency as it is for agriculture. So I know the commission received a letter from a number of interested concerns about how the staff report characterized agriculture. And I just want to say that we are working in several basins, the Powder, the Yaquina, Upper Yaquina, and the Coquille, that where, particularly with the bacteria, TMDLs, it's, I'm not saying agriculture is the only source of the problem, it's not. We've got septic systems that may be failing. We've got municipal dischargers, certainly in the Coquille, that may be part of the issue. There may be a variety of sources, but the fact that we talk about the need to work with agriculture on the TMDL shouldn't be taken as any different from statements we've been making for years about forestry, about all the other land uses that contribute to non-point source and point source pollution. It's part of the work that needs to get done.
Well, thank you for that, Director. And Jennifer, I wanted to kind of come back to, I think, what was a bit of a finer point in Richard's original question. So, and one we definitely had in the context of our conversations with forestry and the MOA. To kind of frame the situation, as the Director just made reference to, we wouldn't be doing TMDL work. We wouldn't be doing all this analysis and waste load allocations, load allocations, if current regulatory responses were keeping waters meeting water quality standards, right? So that's a threshold issue. Once we have impaired waters and the TMDL process is triggered, we've already crossed that threshold. Existing regulatory measures are not protecting water quality sufficiently to the water quality standards. So then when we get to the TMDL, and the TMDL, we do all the work and all the analysis, and the communities all come together and they've all had a part of it. In the context of forestry, we talked about that, and we identified that apparently one of the potential barriers to a smooth transition from the TMDL process into implementation by all the designated management area agencies was that particular finding that existing regulatory measures were not sufficient to achieve water quality standards, that we hadn't been saying that explicitly at that point in the process, which apparently is technically and perhaps legally an important point in the process. And again, just for a simple-minded person like myself, we wouldn't have done any work, including a TMDL, if that weren't the case. But apparently for process reasons, it's particularly important for that to be articulated at the end of the process. So do we have that similar situation here? Is it important for us to make that finding? And I think it's a very fair point. It's not only for agriculture, but we mentioned for forestry, for municipal areas. There are many of us in every watershed who are contributing to issues, but do we do that now? And if we are not, then does that create an implementation barrier on some sort of technical level that we might need to address by making sure that we're being clear with everyone that this whole analysis wouldn't have taken place if we were meeting the target.
Yeah, Chair George. So in response to your question, I think there's probably a few different areas in which that aspect is and will, is and should be addressed in implementation. So I'll start with forestry. One of the pieces of forestry, as we all know, that's changing as we speak, are the applicable regulations when it comes to private forestry. So today, what was the regulatory framework a year ago is not the same regulatory framework we can expect by the end of 2022, for example. So one of the things that we'll be doing, in particular when we're talking about this suite of pollutants, we'll try and be working to understand with the implementation of the current regulatory framework, where do we project that will leave us? And so there is gonna have to be a bit of future casting, because those rules are, will be, depending on the aspect of investing, will be going into effect, and we can expect they will be implemented, and over time we'll have some water quality, positive water quality effect. So that one's gonna be, that's gonna be a place where we will be having those conversations with the Department of Forestry about how those new right-of-way rules will play out, and understand to what degree there is any remaining gap in terms of implementation, and then identify what we do with that gap. So that's for a program that's largely regulatory. I think for like local governments, when we're talking about, say, a government that maybe has stormwater and county roads, for example, they may not have a municipal separate stormwater permit, but yet they may have a load allocation for stormwater related effects. And we work with those local governments, and we would say, okay, well, here's the things that need to be addressed as part of a stormwater program. And there's a few different ways you can approach that. You can institute, for a county road program, they may implement practices, or for some reasons, or some other types of governments, they may employ local ordinances for certain types of fleets. They may have more than one choice about how they operate their government actions or control certain types of sources. And some of them may be regulatory, some of them may be things that they otherwise have authority to directly implement. And then when we get to agriculture, agriculture has both regulations and other kinds of incentive voluntary types of programs. And so in those instances, particularly where we're looking at restoration, often the regulations don't address restoration. And so those are the conversations where we know that to date implementation of the non-regulatory programs hasn't resulted in the types of restoration we would want to see. And that's the conversation we're having with the Department of Agriculture right now, is how do we talk about pace and scale and develop accountable plans under that program, so that we can see those outcomes that we want to see that result in restored riparian areas. And again, depending on the nature of the pollutant, it may be different types of flavors of conversation we have, whether it's riparian restoration or, if it's manure effects, or anyway, there's a number of different things depending on the pollutant that we would have that conversation and talk about how do we develop a plan and have measured steps that the two agencies can rely upon to increase that pace and scale of implementation. Don't want to completely give away our next.
That's true. We really got to get into our next agenda item. So let's go to Commissioner Addington, and then let's do that. Let's go ahead and have the next conversation. Commissioner Addington.
Yeah, so I mean, I have a lot to say about this, and it feels like we're trying to breeze right through it. I am trying to remember back to the conversations we had about criteria we would use to decide whether these are done by rule or by order. And I thought it was because there was going to be, these were going to be fairly simple, high level, or there was major policy implications that we were, as a commission, needing to wrestle with. I mean, to me, what this presentation told me was that these are intensive, fact-based, challenging TMDLs, particularly some more than others, that I just don't see how, as a commissioner, I'll speak for myself. We're supposed to have the same level of knowledge and dialogue with the stakeholder community, the regulated community, that could occur if it was being done by order. It feels to me like we're being way more aggressive. And Richard, with all due respect, you said you're not saying it's that the bacteria is simply from the ag community, but that's exactly what the staff report said. It didn't say anything about septic tanks or cities or anything else. So we've thrown agriculture under the bus. They're not feeling like there's any communication going on. I can tell you that's what that letter says. There's no communication. And to me, doing it by rule makes that even harder. So I don't know. I think more of these should be done by order. I think there are cases where doing it by rule makes sense, but that's my opinion. It feels a little aggressive to me. The terminology is aggressive, and it seems
Does anybody else have any comments or questions for the presenters? All right, it would appear that we do not have any additional questions or comments. So the proposal today is to adopt this management plan.
I can, Chair George, the proposal today is to give a head nod, if you will, to indicate the commission's concurrence with this, I would call it a work plan for bringing TMDLs to the commission over the course of the next couple of years. And again, we've got two groups. We've got the temperature TMDLs, which, as you've heard, are redos and which are going to have issues in them, but because they are redos, are kind of a different ilk, if you will, than the other set of TMDLs, which are involve issues around bacteria, dissolved oxygen, as well as temperature in the case of the powder. So in response to Commissioner Addington, and I appreciate the concerns about the complexity of these, and I think it is incumbent on staff and the agency to tee these up in a way that we're not asking the commission to step into the shoes of scientists or experts about some of the technical questions, but to really focus you on the policy questions, things like, if we need this much pollution reduction in this sub-basin, and these are the places, these are the sectors or land uses, how much of a burden do we put on each of those, and what's the equity between those, and what is, to some degree, what is doable and reasonable between those land uses. Those are the types of questions where I think it is appropriate to have the commission involved so that you understand some of the trade-offs, and it's not a technical staff question, it's really a policy question. I also want to emphasize something that Jennifer said here. I think we're hearing a lot of anxiety that there is a predetermination here that this needs additional regulation. We're not at that stage. When we talk about the adequacy of existing regulations, that does not mean the regulations need to be changed. It means if we're doing non-regulatory things, in addition to those regulations, we need to be thinking about, are they enough to fill the gap? And if they're not, how do we prioritize? Do we need more resources? All of those questions. And those are, again, policy questions, much more than technical questions. So I know there's a lot of anxiety in this area. We have the same kind of anxiety dealing with some of our forest landowners as we went through some of the discussions with them over the course of the last couple of years. Frankly, with Oregon Department of Agriculture, we've been doing this work effectively for the last several years in the biennial reviews of ODA's programs. We've been doing this work between agencies. So it's, in some ways, it's not new. It's not new work. It's not new conversations. It's just, frankly, being a little more transparent about where are we, are there gaps, how are we going to fill those gaps, and having a honest conversation about what do we need to do to fill those gaps.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Deputy Director.
Yeah, if I could just add a little bit there in terms of the work that the staff are doing in advance of a lot of the stakeholder conversations. There's, you're hearing from Jean, there's back and forth with some stakeholders, but that in many of these cases, of course, an advisory committee hasn't been set up yet because we haven't gone through the process. But that initial work and looking at where are we seeing the impairments and what kind of impairments are we seeing, that tells us who we need to then reach out to. Who needs to be on that advisory committee? Who needs to be on notice that we're going to be going through this process? And we have to have all of our work put together to present to those stakeholders in a way that it is understandable. And that they can then give us feedback on what the ultimate TMDL and those allocations look like. So the work really helps to inform who we need to be reaching out to. The public process that ensues allows folks to see that they need a seat at the table.
Thank you for that. So, and thank you for that clarification. I think, so what we're not looking for here today is a motion, but like you said, you're looking for an indication. You're looking for the EQC to provide feedback to the department. Does this work plan, so to speak, as it's laid out, do we think that this is the way that the department should proceed, following upon all the previous conversations we've had? And I think we can certainly give the commissioners all an opportunity to speak to that. Commissioner Addington, I think we heard your concerns and your, well, just your statement loud and clear. If there's anything else that you'd like to say, I want to give you the opportunity to do that, because then I'd like to do the same thing for the other commissioners as well, but want to give you a chance to finish up if there was anything else.
Well, look, I would just say that communication with stakeholders, I mean, I think there's local area, I forget the term Gene used, but with the TMDLs, there's local groups. But when you're talking about like the shift that we're doing here, I just think that, you know, all stakeholders, not just the ones that are sending letters, like the one that we all got, but there's 8 organizations on here that are statewide, represent the vast majority of agricultural lands in the state. Nobody's talking to them. At least that's what they're telling me, is nobody's talking to them. And things would seem to go a lot smoother if there was a little bit better communication and a little bit more thought that goes into some of the language that we use in staff reports or press releases or things of that nature. I just think it's so much better to have the regulated community as a partner, which I think they're willing to do in this instance, than as an enemy. And we've just set it up that they're all pissed off right now. So, thank you.
It's important to hear that. I don't know if anybody wishes to volunteer, or I'd be happy to share my thoughts. I don't want to put somebody else out in front of me if you'd rather wait, but if you are eager to share your thoughts, I'm happy to hear them. Yes, Commissioner Slusher.
Thank you, Chair. So my thoughts are this schedule seems reasonable to me. The only suggestion I have to offer is, I mean, clearly there is going to be a lot of stakeholder interest in these conversations. And so can we try to at least set aside enough time that we can really give people an opportunity to provide feedback and input to the commission during each of these meetings? I'm not sure that just the normal like public comment period will be sufficient, but I'm also not saying we necessarily need to go as far as having like full-on hearings for each of these, but I just think it would be a good idea to set enough time.
Right. Well, if it's all right, maybe we'll go left to right. So I appreciate you bringing it to us and bringing it to us in this level of detail, while at the same time understanding that each one of these TMDLs is its own analysis and outreach project that will have its own advisory committee who will go through the entire process. And perhaps it's my experience with this process in different parts of the states and at different times. I think that this is a work plan that makes a lot of sense. I do understand, and I really want to let folks know that I hear that they're concerned about a change and a new approach. And I think, you know, that's understandable. And I hope that this is an opportunity to bring those concerns to the table and to work together. I think that's actually kind of the goal here. Number one, we have this court ordered schedule, which we have to meet. And I think that unless we take a really structured approach like this, I think the department is going to be in trouble in the combination of both the court ordered TMDLs and the new work that needs to be done. I also think that there's something about this process of going through the rulemaking process that actually is going to provide, you know, additional clarity and public process so people know exactly where they are in a rulemaking process and what their opportunities to participate are. And those are many in the development of a TMDL. Ideally, a TMDL is done with all the right impacted and contributing parties at the table. I think that's exactly what we hope to accomplish here. And I also have just been doing this work long enough that something has to change. We've been in this business a long time, and we've been writing TMDLs and hoping that that would result in implementation that would change the quality of Oregon's waters. And there have been some improvements and there's been some good work, and I certainly want us to give lots of credit to the good work that's been done. But most of our rivers are still dangerously high. In many of our rivers in Western Oregon, we have salmon populations on the brink of extinction. And I know that our partners are some of the most powerful solution providers that there are in this whole process. And so I think any way that compels us to come to the table, work together to develop, to get us to implementation has to be tried, because I gotta say, as one Oregonian, in my opinion, what we're doing is not working to accomplish meaningful implementation. In my part of the state, we're desperately worried about fish who've been living integrated streams for far too long. So I support this proposal. Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, so my understanding of this and the piece that I'm going to need help with, which I think also perhaps goes to Greg's comment. So within that, as far as a management plan, I'm on board. It's reasonable. It seems like the timeline's there and everything else. The part that I am naive to and need education for is understanding the load allocation options, because my understanding is that's what's going to come before us. If there is a reduction in the load to this watershed that needs to happen, my understanding is that that is the policy piece, and that's what we discuss amongst ourselves as the commission. Is that a correct kind of aspect of understanding of this?
Chair George, Commissioner Kyle, I'd say that's one of the main policy issues coming before you. There will be others. One is, for instance, over what time period are we looking for an outcome in terms of improvements to water quality parameters? And that's not expressly set out. And as you heard from Jennifer Weigel, we're going to be future casting here a lot, both looking at regulations and looking at investments and everything else going on in this watershed. So there will be other policy calls beyond just figuring out who gets what share. But those are a couple of the big ones.
So just to finish that thought though, because I want to understand what those load allocation options mean. And I think there's going to be some of that will be generalizable to any watershed based off of certain activities. And I think there's also going to be very watershed specific components to it. And I think that aspect of understanding what those options are before we get to trying to debate it is going to be super critical to making sure that this management plan does go smoothly. And I think understanding both those generalizable aspects is an opportunity for stakeholder engagement so that all the voices are heard, which goes to the comments that Greg's bringing up. And I also think that when we do start to get closer to making those watershed specific questions, that's also the opportunity to bring in those stakeholders that are in that watershed that will have also information. Because to be agnostic about it, I want to know what those levers are before I am asked to pull anything.
Okay.
And if that happens, I think that could be it'll be work for sure, and probably more front loading of this. But I think that would get to the point where this is like, these are the options you have. And within that is the idea that we're trying to find and determine what interventions need to happen in order to change the water quality for the better in these impacted watersheds. And so that does get to the time period. Like, if you do this, it takes 10 years. If there's, nothing's going to happen overnight. So I need to be onboarded really steeply to get that to happen. And I think that would be really beneficial in a public way, whether it could be done through webinars or something like that. That would allow people to access that information asynchronously and then come in and have a discussion afterwards, maybe that's the educator hat and me coming out. But yeah.
That's a good suggestion. We'll noodle on that. And the staff report that Jennifer and Jean just presented has upcoming presentations starting this fall. So we will think about how to build in what you just asked for, which is more of an overview, not basin specific, but again, what are the levers that can be manipulated as we're looking to figure out.
Yeah. And I think there's a menu of those levers that are accepted and feasible. And then I think there's probably going to be a set of levers that are kind of aspirational and perhaps risk-taking. So being able to differentiate that as well so that we are able to make feasible, practical changes. First, at least. Before we shoot for the
All right, well, thank you. Does that give you what you need for today?
I think that it does. Thank you. Thank you, Chair George and Commissioners. I appreciate the conversation. And Commissioner Addington, I just want to acknowledge, I heard what you said about communication and the ag stakeholders. So we'll talk about that also.
For sure. There's going to be a lot more dialogue, and there needs to be leadership. Well, thank you all. And guess what our very next topic is? Welcome to the table. So Jennifer gets to stay with us, and we get to say hello to Isaac. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Chair George and members of the commission, our next agenda item is an update on the work that DEQ and ODA are doing together to update our water quality memorandum of understanding. So again, I'm Jennifer Weigel. I'm the water quality administrator, and I will let Isaac introduce himself.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair George, commissioners. My name is Isaac Stapleton for the record. I'm the Natural Resources Program Area Director for the Department of Agriculture and have been in this position since December. And prior to taking this position, I was our Food Safety and Animal Health Program Area Director for several years. So glad to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so today, Isaac and I are here to talk to you about the work that we're doing together to update the memorandum of understanding between the two agencies related to our water quality programs. So today, we've just got just a few slides for you, but we'll provide you a little bit of background regarding the programs that the agencies administer that are the subject of this memorandum of understanding. We'll give you a brief history of the development of MOUs between our agencies, the planned timeline for this work, and the areas of focus that we're working on within that MOU. Let's see, so Stephanie, if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so I'll lead off and I'll talk a little bit about our DEQ-led programs, and I'll turn it over to Isaac to talk about Department of Agriculture-led programs. And I think most of you are pretty well aware of the DEQ-led programs and efforts that we do, but just briefly, the primary areas here that we're talking about that are relevant to this MOU are the administration of the Federal Clean Water Act programs, which include setting water quality standards, assessment of water quality, development of TMDLs, and as part of that process, ensuring that there's a reasonable assurance of implementing those TMDLs. And then also in addition, working with various entities, we inform implementation planning and progress with the development of water quality status and trends reports that help give us a little bit more drilled down information about what's occurring in local waters. And outside of these processes, we also perform various technical and scientific analyses related to water quality. You'll note here, one thing that I don't have as part of our Clean Water Act responsibilities here is our NPDES program. We have a separate, which I'm sure most of you recall, we have a separate memorandum of understanding with the Department of Agriculture in that arena, particularly with regard to ODA's administration of the capital permitting program. So that's not what we're here to talk about, but these other Clean Water Act areas are. So.
Sure, so I'll cover the ODA portion. So again, most of you are probably already familiar with what we do as well, but we administer the State Ag Water Quality Management Act, which I believe was established in '93. There's a regulatory portion, enforcement portion of that, and a voluntary portion through area plans. The regulatory portion is established through rules, and each set of those rules can kind of be boiled down to three main backstops, of which are don't pollute waters of the state, don't place pollutants in an area where they are likely to enter waters of the state, and don't violate water quality standards. I think since 1993, the program has grown and evolved, and I think it's continued to grow and evolve, which is part of this MOA process update, which we'll talk about. Initially the program was set up to be only a complaint-based regulatory program. Now we have more of a focused compliance program where we initiate it through strategic implementation areas, which are focused compliance areas throughout the state, where we go in and evaluate a whole area along with partners to assist in the voluntary portions where the regulatory requirements are being met, but there's still some additional uplift that could occur. And then we also have the ability to self-initiate investigations where we see issues or receive referrals from other agencies or concerned citizens. And then on the voluntary side, that's done through the area plans, which I think, as mentioned in the last discussion, goes through a biennial review process to look at those and determine if the measurable objectives that were set forth in the plan are being met, and if there are adjustments that need to be done with that, and that's done through the meetings with the local area advisory committees, as well as ODA, TQ, and other partners in those discussions. Yeah, I think that covers that.
Next slide, Stephanie. Okay, so just a brief kind of timeline leading up to the work that we're doing now. The existing MOA was signed back in 2012, and then it was reviewed in 2018 and reaffirmed basically as it was with no changes. So there are, as a result, the existing MOA that we have is 10 years old. So a lot of things, as Isaac talked about on the ODA side, things have changed. A number of things have changed on the Clean Water Act side. There are aspects of each of our programs that aren't addressed at all in this MOA. And so there are a number of reasons for us to be revisiting this and updating it accordingly to be reflective more of our current programs and really current requirements, and for DEQ that also has an element of, kind of the federal program and the federal program expectations and how that's evolved and how that plays out in the work that we do here in Oregon. So the current need and desired outcomes, in addition to ensuring that it's updated to better reflect our current programs, we also want to ensure that this MOA really has meaning and is transparent about how the two agencies work together. So again, a lot of the conversation that we had in the preceding agenda item are the kinds of things that we're talking about here. So how does ODA engage, and what are the mutual expectations we set for that engagement for water quality standard setting, assessments, and development and implementation of TMDLs. Likewise, how does DEQ engage in ODA processes, biennial reviews, strategic implementation areas, et cetera, and ensuring that we have clarity between our agencies and also that it's an external facing document. And so folks who care and engage about the work that our agencies undertake understand how the agencies will be working together in those areas. Next slide, please. So our timeline and process that we have for this, right after Isaac started at ODA, we convened and began working on the MOA. That wasn't torture for Isaac, that was really already in the works, and it was a great way to begin to sit down and get to know each other. So we've been working on this since earlier this year. We are again, as I mentioned in the earlier agenda item, we're continuing to have a lot of discussions about the topics that we're talking about here today. Our expectation is that by mid-August, we will have a draft that we will be putting out and requesting public input on. In the meantime, we have also sent a letter to tribes offering consultation on this work. So Isaac and I signed a joint letter that's been sent out to all the tribes within the last week or two. And so we're hoping that we will have some opportunities to sit down and have some of those conversations as well. We are also taking opportunities such as this to sit in front of the commission, to sit last week. We spoke to the Board of Agriculture about this work, and I know we'll be looking at other opportunities to let people know about the work that we're doing, so folks are aware of that, in addition to the more explicit request for public input later this summer. So we expect then once we see the public input, we'll be working on revising that MOA in consideration of that public input with the objective of having a final memorandum of agreement by the end of the calendar year. And then we are also, like I said, we're here in front of the commission this week, we're in front of the board last week to do some initial communication about this. We're looking to do another kind of progress check-in with our respective board and commission. And then similar to kind of for this group, similar to how we proceeded with the Board of Forestry, kind of doing a final check-in post-public input prior to having our respective directors sign the memorandum of agreement at the end of this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, a lot of the efforts that we're putting into this MOA, you know, again, we do, and as Director Whitman mentioned, ODA and DEQ do have a long history of working together on water quality. And I know at least since my tenure at DEQ over the last almost 14 years now, you know, that relationship has continued to improve and it's become more robust in terms of the areas in which we coordinate. And so our shared purpose of both, you know, protecting water quality, achieving water quality standards, and implementing TMDLs, that remains consistent. You know, we will have continued efforts and focus within the MOA around our roles and responsibilities and describing those around the state non-food source program, TMDL development and implementation, and the biennial review process. The things where we are spending most of our time on those last bullets down there, again, is the TMDL implementation for agriculture. The current MOA doesn't talk anything about how we coordinate on compliance and enforcement. That is something we already do. It's just not captured there. So we thought this is a great opportunity to weave that in terms of how that occurs. Another thing that's not in there is ODA's efforts around the strategic implementation areas. So we wanted to make sure we include that as well. And then again, clarifying the framework for monitoring, reporting, evaluating effectiveness, and adaptive management. So those are the areas where we're spending most of our time. And with that, that is kind of a brief flyby of the work that we're doing right now. And we would welcome any questions or additional discussion about that work at this time.
I'll put this back again. So thank you for that. And we do know that it is, you know, and pretty much an overview at this point, because you're really just getting into Ray. So we know we'll hear a lot more about this, and we do appreciate it. We did, you know, take a little time earlier, but I think it was, you know, necessary to invest and have the conversation. We do like to stick pretty close to our public forum time. So I'll ask the commissioners, you know, do you have any, you know, urgent or particularly important questions or comments now? We certainly want to hear them if you do, but if we don't have anything too urgent on this, I would like to move to our public forum as quickly as we can. Not seeing any hands at this time. So thank you very much. We really look forward to hearing how the work moves forward. And I think it is going to help everybody kind of see what those opportunities are. And I think as those details get fleshed out, you know, assure people that, yeah, there are going to be these opportunities. In fact, that's what this is about, is making sure that those are in place. So we really look forward to hearing more about it. Thanks very much. So Stephanie, I'm sure you have been getting ready for our public forum, and you always have some announcements to remind us all about how to move through this in a good way.
And yes, thank you, Chair George. This is Stephanie Caldera, your Commission Assistant. I've put on the screen the prompt for how to raise your hand to request to be put in the queue. So if you are on the Zoom platform, you can click raise hand. It's typically at the bottom of the reactions panel. If you are connected only by telephone, you can press *9, and that should do the same effect that'll show up on my dashboard here for raised hands. I will need just a moment to take a list and sort of jot down the names of the people who have their hands raised to comment. So Chair George, will be just one moment, please.
Absolutely.
And with that, Chair George, it does appear that we have 13 people in our list who have raised their hand virtually to comment today.
Okay, 13 people, and it is now 4:30, and we were hoping to be done by 5. Sometimes we have additional people who join us, or maybe they just hear the discussion and they think, oh, I've got something to say about that. So we also get folks who sometimes want to add themselves to the list as we go. Is everybody comfortable with starting out with the typical, 3 minutes? And then that way we shouldn't be too far over in terms of if we do get an additional speaker or two. All right, very good. Let's do that. And then Stephanie, the other question I had is, should I be the timekeeper on this, or do we have some sort of visual way we're going to handle that on the screen?
Thank you, Chair George. Yes, I have 3 slides here that will prompt, and I will go through them now so people can see. There's a green slide that asks you to state your name when you begin. Participants will then see a yellow slide that reads 1 minute remaining. Then they will see a reddish slide that says 15 seconds remaining. At the end, it will say time complete and thank you. So I have a 3-minute timer that I will keep on my side and move through these slides for each of our speakers today.
Thank you very much. And we do ask folks that you do your very best when you see that time to thank you and conclude. Just finish your thought, please. And that's just in courtesy because we do want to hear from the maximum number of speakers that we can. And so we really appreciate your courtesy in that regard. Okay, as soon as you are ready, we are ready for the first speaker.
And thank you, Chair George. The first speaker in the queue today is Melanie Platt, who should now be prompted to unmute.
Yes, thanks. Hi, this is Melanie Plaut, rhymes with sauerkraut. Chair George, Commissioners, and Director Whitman, I want to take just a minute to be sure the next project in Port Westward is on your radar screen. This Houston-based company wants to build a refinery and a 400-car rail yard on a critical bend in the Columbia River to convert seed oils and waste animal fat to renewable diesel. The impacts on water, air, and on the surrounding agricultural community and a Buddhist monastery would be significant. The Army Corps of Engineers will be conducting an environmental impact statement before making any decisions about the project. I have 3 asks for DEQ. First, wait for the Corps EIS before making any decisions on the project, as it is likely to uncover information relevant to DEQ's permitting process. Number 2, listen carefully to the concerns of the community and participate in the EIS process. Number 3, be careful that you're not lowballing the VOC emissions from the proposal, which will use large amounts of fracked gas to create gray hydrogen. Particulate and VOC emissions will contribute to regional smog issues in an area which extends across the river to Washington and includes some communities which are already ozone burdened. I'm concerned that DEQ may not be taking into account startup and shutdown events, which can be highly polluting. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you.
The next speaker in my list is Dan Sears.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair George, members of the commission. My name is Dan Sears, and I'm the Conservation Director for Columbia Riverkeeper. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. I want to begin by thanking DEQ staff for their effort in holding a public hearing about Next Renewables and the project at Port Westward. The hearing was well attended, with local residents speaking 2-to-1 in opposition to the Next refinery and the rail yard project. The Next project has the potential to significantly impact the lower Columbia River, and DEQ will be making multiple permitting decisions about Next air and water pollution. So the Army Corps of Engineers is currently in the midst of a scoping comment period for developing its own EIS, and the Corps expects to issue a final decision in late 2023. So there's time. The Corps noted that the Next project would have exceptionally significant impacts on wetlands while also posing risks to nearby communities, farms, and water resources. I want to flag that DEQ's use of the Cleaner Air Organ analysis by Next consultant raised some questions. The consultant stated in the report, they, quote, did not identify any locations considered to be sensitive exposure locations within approximately a 1 kilometer distance from the proposed facility property boundary. This is surprising considering the close proximity of the Great Vow Zen Buddhist Monastery, which is right across the road, which operates at the site of a former school. People live at the monastery and many more gather there. Producing hydrogen for the facility from frack gas will generate significant air pollution and add to the carbon intensity of the renewable diesel. Next would demand a large amount of fracked gas to provide process energy and source material for the hydrogen. The fracked gas-based hydrogen would become part of the diesel, calling into question whether this should be considered fully renewable or not. There are alternative methods of producing hydrogen, including using electrolysis rather than fracked gas, but Next is relying on fracked gas for its proposal. The refinery could contribute, as a result, significant smog emissions on both sides of the river, including from emissions at its 350-foot tall flare stack. Lastly, I just want to say that storing and handling a very large amount of diesel, hundreds of millions of gallons of diesel each year, and operating a 400-car rail yard will have major impacts on the nearby farming community. And they've identified some of the major concerns being their ability to operate drainage systems that provide irrigation in the area. So there's a really intense resource concern about the water resources in the area, and we encourage DEQ to look at the totality of the project when making its decisions as much as possible. Thank you very much for considering our comments today.
Thank you.
And thank you. The next person in the speakers list is Karen Harrington.
Thank you, Chair George and fellow commissioners. My name is Karen Harrington, and I am co-chair of the Legislative Task Force of Climate Reality Portland. We appreciate the opportunity to address you today on the important topic of the Department of Environmental Quality's successful Clean Fuels Program and the proposal to expand this program. We strongly encourage this commission to build on the Clean Fuels Program's success by focusing efforts on electrifying transportation as quickly as possible. The IPCC's most recent report on climate change in April of this year has clearly stated that we have about 8 years to dramatically reduce our carbon emissions to reduce the worst consequences of climate change. Here in Oregon, we have all experienced firsthand the devastation wrought by this crisis: drought, increased intensity and devastation of wildfires, and deadly heat domes. The Clean Fuels Program has already reduced pollution throughout our state by cutting nearly 6 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions. This success has improved the health of our citizens and driven innovation and investment. Clean, renewable electricity is the future of energy, not oil and gas. These energy sources will stabilize our energy market, keep prices reasonable, and avoid the ability of gas companies to price gouge consumers during stressful times, such as today. The success of the Clean Fuels Program is important, as 40% of our emissions comes from transportation. This sector is where investments have the biggest impact on cleaning up our air pollution and moving Oregon closer to our climate goals. I am a climate advocate for many reasons, but one of personal concern is that I am a grandmother of 2. My 3-year-old Eli was born in Oakland, California during the Paradise Fire. The air pollution was considered the worst in the world the day he came home. And my 11-month-old Kinley Jo, born here in Portland, she came home last June in 116 degrees. Newborns cannot regulate their body temperature as adults or older children. We were lucky her home's power did not go down, as it did in so many other homes. So for all of our grandkids and our kids, I encourage this commission to take this opportunity to make a difference and expand the Clean Fuels program. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And thank you. The next speaker in our list is Rashenda Fairhurst.
Hello, yes, thank you. And I really appreciate this public hearing. So my name is Reverend Rashenda Fairhurst, and I live in Southern Oregon. I am a member of the board of the Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon, and I chair the EMO's Creation Justice Committee, which includes Oregon Interfaith Power and Light. Through a membership of 15 Christian denominations and over 150 congregations, both local organizations and interfaith partners, Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon serves hundreds of thousands of diverse members of faith and local communities all across the state. Our members share a core and common belief in our obligations to each other and to the earth. As such, we continually advocate for enforceable and measurable greenhouse gas emissions reductions that address the needs of our children and future generations, reflect our environmental justice perspective, and are consistent with the recommendations of the world's best climate scientists. Therefore, EMO urges the DEQ and the EQC to adopt the strongest clean fuels standard possible, which will improve health for people and families across Oregon. Climate change is disrupting the order of Earth's life-giving systems, an order not created for us to mess with and destroy, but intended to sustain thousands on thousands of generations beyond our own. This is not about us here in this actual and virtual room. This is about children displaced by wildfires, farmers bankrupted by drought, about late snows and blistering heat where last summer people died, and our most vulnerable neighbors and siblings experience the harmful effects first and worst. We thank the EQC and DEQ for making significant progress in reducing the emissions from fossil fuels. However, Oregon is still not on track to meet our climate goals. DEQ's Clean Fuels Program expansion has the potential to be the most effective means of climate action in Oregon in 2022. We encourage the DEQ to expand the carbon intensity reduction targets to go beyond the current proposed 20% below 2015 levels by 2030 and 37% below 2015 levels by 2050. As you deliberate, I hope you will prioritize the well-being of impacted communities and the well-being of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair George. The next speaker in my list has a display name of Dale and Linda Feek.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. I'm Dale Feek, Chair of the Washington County Citizen Action Network, Chair Kathleen George, Chair Vice President Chair Sam Barrasso, Commissioners Molly Kyle, Greg Addington, Amy Schuster, and Director DEQ Richard Whitman. 3 things I want to say. First is Gene Foster's DEQ, the Oregon Basin presentation was very informative. I sure appreciate that information and the questions you as commissioners ask. And also I want to emphasize the climate change presenters that just gave. I totally support them. I have a 4- and 7-year-old granddaughters now and others living in Oregon. And so I totally support what they say. So the third thing is, as I sent you an email, and I also sent it to Catherine Harrington, Chair of the Washington County Commissioners, Pete Truax and counselors in Forest Grove, and also to Natalie Nava and Latricia Tillman. They're the equity officers, Washington County and Oregon DEQ respectively. And I said in my email to you, your work, Natalie and Latricia, will be hard but necessary to combat Fox News and owner Murdoch's racial attacks on people of color, especially as reported by Lawrence Odell. And I say, see summary and link in my email to you. And on Monday, May 15th, O'Donnell was featured in a special news segment titled "Fox News Has Blood on Its Hands," where he expressed his concerns following the deadly mass shooting of Black victims at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. The victims were killed by an armed white supremacist. According to O'Donnell, Fox News is fueling the deadly actions of white supremacists. Fox News hosts like far-right conservative Tucker Carlson, who has repeatedly pushed the racist Great Replacement, have been particularly adamant about sharing dangerous, divisive rhetoric. Despite such scrutiny over the last couple of years, with the rapid rise in right-wing extremism, Murdoch has not addressed the concerns about his anchors. He's the owner of Fox News. Each night, Carlson continues to circulate misinformation and conspiracy theories. So I know that you, Natalie Nava and Latricia Tillman have a big charge in front of you as representing the Washington County Commission and us in Washington County, and also representing the state of Oregon through the DEQ and Environmental Quality Commission. So please take a look at what I sent you. It's very serious. Appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fee.
And thank you, Chair George. Our next speaker is Jane Stackhouse.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jane Stackhouse. Chair George and Director Whitman and members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to say yes to what the previous people testifying have said. I am here today because I'm very interested in watching DEQ do an even better job than they have been, and I think they should definitely be proud of themselves. I'm sincerely hoping that we can set a clean fuel standard that is higher than the 37% we're looking to achieve by 2035. And the way to do that is to rapidly phase out our biofuels. There are some areas where we cannot actually use electrification efficiently yet. Heavy duty trucks come to mind, although Daimler is working very speedily on that. And we may need renewable diesel for some time in the future. But we haven't met our goals for electrifying our vehicles. And I urge you to ask DEQ, as good a job as they have done to date, to push just a little bit harder to get that clean fuel standard higher. And we can do it by generating clean electricity and by moving to electric vehicles. I am happy to share the rest of my time with other members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker today is Janet Alt.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chair George and members of the commission. My name is Janet Alt. I'm part of the Great Vow Zen Monastery community and resided there for years. The monastery sits directly across the road from Next's proposed rail yard and diesel refinery. I hesitate to call this product renewable diesel because it would use a large amount of fracked gas, produce significant air pollution that could harm the monastery and other members of the community, fill wetlands, and alter a sensitive drainage system in a way that harms habitat and local farms. The refinery would create over 1 million tons per year of climate-changing pollution, a good portion of it from using fracked gas to make hydrogen for the diesel. The next project at Port Westward raises serious concerns for our community, and DEQ has a major role to play in safeguarding the public. Recently, DEQ held a public hearing about the next project where local residents spoke out 2-to-1 against it, identifying concerns about VOC and other emissions that will not be monitored in real time and for which there is compelling evidence that Next may approach or exceed not only its 70-ton limit, but also the threshold for requiring a Title V permit. While we appreciate DEQ accepting comments from the public, much of the information used to determine permitting seems based on information provided by Next itself. Members of the monastery community spoke in detail about the smog-forming VOCs, particulate matter, and other pollution that the refinery would introduce into the area. It's clear that more research and analysis is needed on this issue. Further, the draft permit does not show how DEQ will enforce limits or anticipate the frequency and impact of additional emissions during startup, shutdown, and process interruptions, nor does it include information regarding emissions coming from the enormous flare stack. Members of the monastery community stressed to the DEQ that this project would significantly endanger our ability to serve the wide network of people from all over the country who visit and live at the monastery every year. I urge DEQ to ask all the hard questions about this entire project and its impacts to the water and air resources that are becoming ever more precious by the year. We cannot and do not trust Next, which has recently added a 400-car rail yard to its proposal, despite promoting for years that the refinery would rely on marine feedstocks. This rail yard would add major emissions on top of the refinery. I urge DEQ to not rush to issue permits. The Corps is just beginning its process of developing an environmental impact statement, and a final EIS isn't expected until late 2023. Thank you for your work to protect Oregon's environment. The monastery and people all across the lower Columbia are counting on DEQ to hold Next accountable and, when necessary, to deny the permits for a project that runs afoul of Oregon's clean water and clean air rules. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
And thank you. The next speaker in our list today is Brandon Schilling.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Chair George, members of the commission. My name is Brandon Schilling. I am a farmer from Clatskanie and an organizer of the group Save Port Westward. The next renewable diesel project at Port Westward raises major concerns from the Port Westward community. And I'd like to emphasize the major role that the DEQ plays in safeguarding the public from an untrustworthy company. The backers behind Next have a troubling track record, including involvement in a failed biofuels facility in Odessa, Washington, that resulted in a $400,000 Superfund cleanup. Next officials Lou Sumas and Christopher Efford and board members were unsuccessful in pursuing a project at the Port of Longview in 2016. More recently, Next fired their president, Lou Sumas, in 2020 after he was arrested and charged in Texas. Additionally, Next has sought to pressure local landowners and the drainage district into dropping opposition to a project that would dramatically harm our community and the resources we depend on, food and water. Next has further undermined community trust by tacking on a 400-car rail yard to their project. This rail yard was also sharply criticized by the DLCD. We urge DEQ to ask tough questions about this entire project and its impacts to water and air. We cannot and do not trust Next. DEQ should not rush to issue permits. The Army Corps is just beginning its process of developing an EIS, and a final EIS isn't expected until late 2023. In requiring an EIS, the Corps stated in a memorandum that they anticipate negative impacts to a variety of resources and state the degree of effects on wetland from the proposed project far exceed that of a typical development project in Oregon. And the project is likely to have detrimental effects on wetlands, historic properties, water quality, air quality, food and fiber production, loss of farmland, and traffic and transportation patterns as in regards to ships, trains, and trucks. The EIS should address these impacts in detail, but that does not absolve the state of Oregon from taking its own hard look with its permitting decisions. Furthermore, the Beaver Drainage Board has continued to raise concerns about the implications to landowners' mortgages, flood insurance, and the livelihoods if certification of the dikes were to be compromised by Next industrial development and wetland mitigation, as the Army Corps has alluded to. Finally, we object to DEQ's use of confidential business information to support its draft air quality permit for Next. In general, DEQ's approach to Next has been to bury the community with information and claims generated by Next Renewables, while seemingly understating the scope and impact of air pollution from Next that will contribute to smog, particulate matter, and other toxic pollution. DEQ needs to step back and reconsider whether Next is likely to reach the threshold for a Title V permit in considering many aspects of the project that are not considered such as traffic, train traffic, and ship traffic. Thank you for the work that I'm sorry, I lost my spot. Thank you for the work you're doing to protect Oregon's environment. And please understand there's little about next projects that could be assessed as green. Please realize there is a real vibrant community at Port Westward that values clean air, clean water, and the fisheries, farms, residents, and Buddhist monastery that depend on them. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. Our next speaker today will be Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay.
Welcome.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay. I support the Clean Fuels program, cutting emissions at an even higher rate than your slide 21 shows, so that we can reach zero by 2050 with the policy a bit front-loaded. We need over a 50% reduction of average carbon emission by 2035 rather than 37%, because we have only 15 years left after 2035. So the carbon intensity needs to be 50% or more rather than the 37%. The clean fuel standards needs to not rely so heavily on renewable diesel and biodiesel. Electricity providers need the near-term demand that allows them to plan and electrify in a timely fashion. The renewable and biodiesel facility planning that you show in slide 13 greatly surpasses Oregon's current diesel use, and these companies are unlikely to want to taper down. The feedstocks that are used at these plants are already raising food prices and causing hunger, and is expected to increase as across the country people are using more renewable and biodiesel, and we see reduced agricultural exports from the regions of Ukraine and Russia. The CI for renewable and biodiesel is not counting their combustion, so they don't give the same bang for the buck as electricity. These plant-based diesels take credits that would otherwise be going to electrification. Electrification can be increased by credits and subsidies for the medium and heavy duty electric vehicles that are now being sold by Daimler, and I believe also Tesla and maybe Nikola. And also we need to have more credits for building the heavy duty charging network that the trucks need, which can be used by cars, but not vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. The next speaker in our list is Nora Apter.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair George and members of the Commission. Again, my name is Nora Apter, and I'm the Climate Program Director for the Oregon Environmental Council. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on DEQ's Clean Fuels Program expansion. I'm pleased to be a member of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee for this Clean Fuels Program expansion, and I'm really eager to see DEQ and the EQC maximize the many public health, job creation, and climate benefits of this successful program by adopting the strongest carbon intensity reduction targets possible. We know the EQC has taken some really important steps in recent months to tackle emissions from our top polluting sectors, but we also know that Oregon is still not on track to meet the level of progress that we need or that is envisioned to achieve our climate goals. As the United Nations made clear in its latest IPCC report back in April, we will need to go bigger and bolder every year to avoid the climate-fueled wildfires, heat waves, and water scarcity that are facing Oregon and have devastated our state in recent years. That's where climate protections like the Clean Fuels Program come in. As DEQ staff shared in their presentation earlier this afternoon, in just 6 years, this program has displaced 1 billion gallons of fossil fuels, saved lives and tens of millions of dollars in avoided health costs, and generated $100 million annually in investments that are driving lower cost, low carbon fuels, technological innovation, and electric vehicle infrastructure. A stronger clean fuels program can also help increase energy security and protect Oregonians against harmful price gouging at the pump. We know that the more we move toward electricity and cleaner fuels that are made right here in Oregon, the less we have to worry about the price of oil and gas being determined half a world away. An ambitious clean fuels program can help us deploy technologies like electrification and the cleaner ways of making fuels in Oregon at scale, which provides cost savings and job creation for people and families across our state. We again urge DEQ and the EQC to maximize the many benefits of the Clean Fuels Program by expanding the carbon intensity reduction targets beyond the current proposed 20% by 2030 and beyond the 37% by 2035, and to ensure that these targets are achieved through electrification as much as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm eager to see the EQC adopt an ambitious Clean Fuels Program expansion later this year.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker today is Justin Green.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair George, Commissioners. My name is Justin Green of Justin B. Green Consulting, and formerly with DEQ. It's great to see you all, albeit virtually. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Northeast Oregon Water Association. Now, as a nonprofit support organization to the Mid-Columbia region of Northeast Oregon, we represent counties, cities, ports, special districts, private businesses, and landowners, working together to support our natural resource-based economy in a manner that ensures a healthy and resilient environment for current and future generations. We are dedicated to the health and prosperity of our region and the environment we call home. I'd like to provide an update regarding the Lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area and current efforts underway to public health and groundwater quality in the basin. As the commission is aware, DEQ designated the Lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area a GWAMA more than 30 years ago. The goal of designating the LUB GWAMA is to reduce nitrate loading and reduce groundwater nitrate concentrations below 7 milligrams a liter. The groundwater management area process calls for a local GWAMA committee to develop an action plan to identify sources of nutrients and develop nitrate reduction recommendations. State agencies are then tasked with adopting rules necessary to carry out their duties under the action plan. As previously stated, the GWAMA designation was made over 30 years ago, and unfortunately, we have not seen meaningful groundwater quality improvements. Now is committed to improving groundwater quality in the GWAMA and proposes a three-pronged approach to addressing nutrient loading and historic groundwater contamination. Improve understanding of the geology and hydrology of the basin, implement the local action plan's nutrient reduction recommendations, as well as projects to remediate contaminated groundwater and to protect public health. In regards to the extremely important topic of public health, there are at least 5 efforts underway to provide multilingual education and outreach to well owners, well sampling, and to pursue treatment or alternative sources of water for impacted well users. These efforts have been undertaken by the Morrow County Health Department, Morrow County Health District, Umatilla County Health Department, the Oregon Health Authority, and a combined effort by Morrow and Umatilla counties. These projects are in the pilot or project development phase, and testing has already occurred. While these efforts are vital to protect public health, they're just the first step to improving groundwater quality in the basin. In regards to a better understanding of the geology and hydrology of the basin, now led efforts that secured $250,000 from the 2021 Oregon legislature for ODA in coordination with Oregon State University to hire scientists to review existing data and research that are relevant to nitrates in aquifers in the basin. The RFP for that work has gone out, applications have been received, and an expected start date is of July of this year. While the efforts I've mentioned are encouraging, further action is needed. To make progress on improving groundwater quality and protecting public health, the LUB GWAMA needs a domestic well safety program, a meaningful groundwater monitoring network, agreed upon peer-reviewed data set, an implementation of the LUB GWAMA's committee's section action plan, and groundwater remediation projects, and increased and productive state agency leadership and coordination. Now we look forward to further communication and coordination with the EQC and DEQ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker today will be Alan Journet.
Welcome.
Chair George and members of the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Alan Journet. I serve as co-facilitator of and represent over 1,500 rural Southern Oregonians who are Southern Oregon Climate Action Now and are concerned about the climate crisis. Before offering comments on the Clean Fuels Program, I would like to express our appreciation to the EQC for urging that DEQ strengthen its initial climate protection program draft and then approving the amended proposal. We urge the EQC to stand firm against the lawsuits filed by industries which were actually represented on the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and thus offered advice on that program as it was being developed. In terms of the Clean Fuels Program, I remind the EQC that the transportation sector of our economy is the largest emitter of regulated greenhouse gases in the state. It is therefore the sector that offers the greatest opportunity to fulfill Governor Brown's charge in Executive Order 2004 to reduce emissions substantially. If Oregon is to accept its responsibility for reducing statewide emissions consistent with those recommended by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we must demand that transportation achieve increased reductions. It is worth recalling that transportation is one sector that actually declined to comply with 2007's House Bill 3543, which asked industries to reduce emissions voluntarily. Thus, regulations were necessarily imposed initially in 2009 and then implemented in 2016 to address the carbon intensity of transportation fuels and demand its reduction. While the Clean Fuels Program has been effective in reducing transportation emissions, progress has not been sufficient to meet the recommendations of the IPCC as modified over the years, because the need for increasingly rigorous reductions has become ever more urgent. In closing, I note that the Swiss Re study of the economic impact of unfettered climate change, adjusted to the state level, conservatively suggests that the cost to Oregon will annually reach $48 billion. It is economically far less expensive to address the climate crisis than leave it unaddressed. We urge that EQC approve rigorous strengthening of the Clean Fuels Program. If Oregon wishes to remain a national and international leader in environmental and climate protection, we should do our part. A stronger Clean Fuels Program focusing on electrification rather than questionable biofuels should be part of that effort. Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker today is Bill Harris.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Bill Harris. Hello. Chair George and members of the commission. My name is Bill Harris. I live in Northwest Portland and have intense interest in lowering our Oregon share of the greenhouse gases now causing such terrifying weather events. I observed the commission's consideration of the low carbon fuels program this afternoon. We must diminish our greenhouse gas release as much as we can and should make the reduction as soon as we can, because any reduction occurs annually thereafter. The sooner the reduction, the greater the benefit. Among all our efforts to lower greenhouse gas, the Clean Fuels Program is very effective. I urge EQC to consider and approve higher low carbon fuel requirements than the current proposed 20% below 2015 and 37% by 2030. Strong carbon intensity reduction targets will help move the needle on the Oregon share of greenhouse gas, with the bonus of lowering the pollution and thereby improving health of our population. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this important consideration.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker today is Marianne Cooper.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair George and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Mary Ann Cooper and I'm the Vice President of Government and Legal Affairs for the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation. I wanted to comment on a couple of items today. I'd say chief among them, I would say as a member of the public, I'd really appreciate the opportunity to get back in front of you in person, or at least have the option to turn on our video cameras when we're speaking to you. I think the lack of face-to-face dialogue has really hampered our abilities to engage effectively over the last 2 years, and I think can be improved upon. So I hope we can make that happen. And then I would also like to second and appreciate the comments of Commissioner Schlesser regarding the need to have the ability to comment on some of the agenda items that concern issues impacting key stakeholders. I don't think there needs to be full hearings on every item. I agree with her on that, but having a public comment item associated with items before the commission acts or makes decisions would be really critical, again, to robust public engagement, and I think should be considered. Finally, and to the substance of issues, I wanted to reiterate some of the points made, and I listened to the discussion on agenda item D regarding the creation of TMDLs by rule. I am very concerned with this process, and especially given the veiled and not so veiled indications that additional rulemakings and additional action is going to be needed to address the agricultural water quality issues alleged to be coming from the agricultural community. We have acted in good faith and been good partners under the Agricultural Water Quality Program for the last 30 years, and actually, I guess, longer than that now. And the amount of engagement that we are getting directly from DEQ is declining over time. And you know, I'd say we have regular conversations, but items like this don't come up, and then we're surprised by indications at the commission meeting on programs that we've been engaging with members in closely. And I hear from my members that sit on the local advisory committees, and the conversations are not happening in the way that I think they were indicated as are happening and being discussed today in terms of the consequences of the decisions and the representations being made by the agency. I think there is a real opportunity to continue to move forward in partnership, but it cannot happen without better communication, and it cannot happen without really engaging us as partners. And I will say I also heard a lot of references to needing to emulate the forestry program. The private forest accords were a multi-million-dollar deal with multi-million-dollar timber companies and are not going to be easy to replicate for agriculture if that is the insinuation. You know, we represent 7,000 from my organization, and I think there's 35,000 producers statewide. Most are small family farms and ranches, and they need more robust and continued engagement than we are receiving right now for the program to be successful and to be understood and workable for our producers. So I really hope that we can do better in future.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our next speaker is Helena Barecki.
Hello, Chair George, Vice Chair Peroso, and fellow commissioners. My name is Helena Barecki, and I am a Tillamook County resident and a member of Climate Reality Project. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today on the Department of Environmental Quality's Clean Fuels Program. I echo other commenters' concerns about the next refinery, biofuels, biodiesel, and renewable diesel in general, especially the concerns about food security as food crops are diverted to burn. I also echo the call to move to electric vehicles and solar, wind, and storage for truly cleaner electricity, and the need for all stakeholders to be represented in communication and make decisions that work for everybody. My additional concerns regarding biogas from manure, I was a little bit concerned to see them represented in the hearing as negative emissions. It's really true that if existing manure is used to produce biogas, it's better for the environment and climate than leaving the manure as waste. But as soon as the demand for biogas or other fuels exceeds the waste available, it's likely that animals will be raised not for needed milk or meat, but mainly for the manure to gas pipeline. And that switch between using waste for something and creating new production to create this gas increases the carbon intensity extremely. And in addition to that, hogs and cows, which create this manure, are extremely food and water intensive to raise. For instance, 1 pound of beef takes 1,850 gallons of water to produce. And intensive farming like CAFOs also creates toxic waste and harms human health and threatens water quality. Even if good precautions are taken, just that much intensive farming in one area is hard on the environment. Oregon is in a drought. People need clean water to drink and wash themselves. I would just encourage this commission and the Department of Environmental Quality to be extremely careful in how they incentivize biofuels and biogas. Take into account the whole picture of what Oregon citizens need for a livable future. Take into the picture like what's going to happen when this market expands. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for protecting us.
Thank you.
And thank you. I have two raised hands remaining. The next speaker is Jasmine Lilich.
Chair George and members of the commission, my name is Jasmine Lilich. I'm a farmer in Clatskanie and co-organizer of Save Port Westward. I'd just like to elaborate on a point that Brandon Schilling didn't have time to express in his comment. Please understand there is little about Next project that could be assessed as green. Their CI scoring is incomplete in failing to address land use change, soil degradation, and the total emissions of the industrial agricultural complex. This project relies heavily on fracked gas. The combustion of this fuel may have less emissions, but the total cost accounting of this renewable diesel as proposed is a major contributor to climate change. Thank you for taking both the global and local implications of this project into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our last raised hand today is a phone number display 541-672-9819.
Yes, my name is Stuart Leibowitz. I am with the Douglas County Global Warming Coalition.
Excuse me, sir. I apologize for interrupting you. Could you repeat your name?
Yes, my name is Stuart Leibowitz, and I am with the Douglas County Global Warming Coalition out of Roseburg, and we represent over 500 members who are deeply concerned about climate change. I would like to echo several points, but I'd like to put that in several contexts. I'd like to echo the absolute need to expand the clean fuels program, but with a strong emphasis on electrification rather than biogas or any other means. And the context I'd like to put it in is not only the IPCC, which has already been alluded to, but here in Southern Oregon, we have really borne the brunt of climate change impacts, not only in terms of wildfires, but also recently declared drought condition by the state. But I'd also like to point out one other context. Because of the tragic war in Ukraine, the countries of the world are rushing madly to once again embrace fossil fuels. This should be a lesson to all of us that we need to get off fossil fuels as rapidly as possible. And also it shifts the burden to the EQC and other like-minded governmental entities that we bear an extra burden to be a counterpoint to this embrace of fossil fuels. So I urge you to take that into consideration and understand the responsibility we all have to get off fossil fuels as rapidly as possible and expand the clean fuels program through electrification as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chair George. That was the last speaker we had in our list today for public forum.
Thank you very much. And we want to thank absolutely all our speakers for sharing their time with us this afternoon to tell us your thoughts on these important matters. It's always one of the most important parts of our meeting. And please know that we spend a lot of time listening, but we also spend a lot of time taking notes and jotting down questions. And so the thoughts that you bring to us often spark many follow-up conversations. So we really do appreciate all your time. All right, do we have any other announcements or statements that we need to make today before we are ready to adjourn? Well, to recess. No, I don't see any. Okay, so we will hear very shortly, we will stand in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we will get back to work at that time. Director.
Chair George, just for folks who are watching, the reconvening at 8:30 tomorrow morning is for an executive
That's
session.
correct,
And
yes.
for the public, we are reconvening at 9:20 tomorrow morning.
Thank you for that correction. Yeah, because if they try to join us at 8:30, that won't work for them. So that was a really important announcement. Thank you for that. All right, everybody have a great evening. We will now stand in recess at 5:19.